Good evening, everyone, and welcome to J. Ferg Field at Buffalo Stadium. Tonight, the Highway 287 rivalry will add another chapter as West Texas A&M Buffaloes and the Midwestern State Mustangs square off in a crucial Lone Star Conference matchup. I'm Lucas Kinsey, joined by my broadcast partner, Bryce Sheets, and we're glad to have you joining us for the broadcast. You know, in November, it's when a lot of coaches and fans will say championships are often won or lost. And tonight there is so much on the line, especially for Midwestern State. And, you know, WT Bryce has a prime opportunity to play spoiler in the final conference game for the Buffaloes. Midwestern State, they can clinch the Lone Star Conference championship, at least a share of it, with a win here in Canyon this evening. But if WT can get a home victory, then it changes the landscape quite a bit and actually keeps the door open for Texas A&M Commerce. So we got the Lions maybe cheering for the Buffaloes tonight, which is odd. But right now, Bryce, the Buffs sit in third place in the Lone Star Conference with a 4-2 record. Mustangs are a perfect 5-0 in conference, but their only two losses on the season have come on the road. There's a lot to play for tonight, partner.
Well, there really is. And, of course, for Midwestern State, they're trying to go for their fourth LSC championship, and so they need to get by this game. They have one more after this as well. But if they're able to take care of business today, that really sets them up, as you said, at least for the tie, and then the chance to claim it next week. However, the Buffaloes have something to play for as well, as they have a winning record in the conference, a winning record in the season. They want to continue that winning attitude tonight. They've won the last three here at home over Midwestern State, and so they want to continue that streak as well.
One of the questions is, which WT team will we see this evening? Last week, the Buffs, they looked very strong on the road in a 35-23 win against Texas A&M Kingsville, but the season has been a little up and down, and consistency has been the major issue, which right now has the Buffs at a 5-4 record. Time for a quick break. When we come back, we'll hear from Buffs head coach Hunter Hughes, and we'll put a spotlight on the number 18 ranked Mustangs. You're watching college football right here on the Lone Star Conference Digital Network.
This is not another story.
Good job.
This is not another drill. I refuse to be another number now. Never staying down. This is something real.
Hunter and
Yeah, we'll see how much time really, the main thing is just a little late. That's okay.
I'm victorious. It's my time.
The best tailgates start with the best beef, and the best beef starts with Market Street. Market Street, where we do beef the best.
Big test this Saturday, Midwestern coming up. Obviously, they're at the top of the conference standing, but you guys are right there with them too.
Top 20 team, well deserved. They've been upset by Central Washington, but I think they made their mark early. Kind of set a standard when they beat Commerce and then beat Angelo, beat both those guys really on the road. You know, they've had a tough schedule, and it's just made them tougher as they've gone. They've got a lot of confidence in quarterback. He's a transfer from Arizona State. I think he's big. He's 6'3", about 215. He's not a great thrower, not a great runner, but he's really good at both. So you got to be careful with him, knowing where you got to contain him, and then you got to make sure that if he starts scrambling, you're covering in the secondary, because then you find guys downfield. Solid on the offensive line. This is a very well coached team. Defensively, they got athletes. Malik is number 4. I want to say Owens. Sorry if I screwed your name up. Malik, don't take Saturday. But he's a damn good football player. He runs and he creates havoc. He's the guy that stands out to me more than anybody. But their defense, they fly around the ball. And they've got a scheme they've had there for a long time on defense, and they all run it to perfection. And it's going to be a very tough challenge for us, for our team. I told our team, I said, we're not mathematically eliminated yet. But the first step is we win and let other things fall into place. But if we don't win, it doesn't matter.
So you hear from head coach Hunter Hughes. Bryce, let's talk about Midwestern State quickly here. This Mustangs team, remember back in late August, you look at the Lone Star Conference preseason media day, and Bill Maskell's team, this had probably never happened.
Do you need bulletin board material?
Well, they got some because the preseason poll had Midwestern State picked 5th, and here they are, number 18 in the country, and they're perfect in the conference.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, you don't need to give them bulletin board material, but they got it when they were picked 5th. Throw that up on the bulletin board. You say, nobody respects us. We're a better team than what they're saying. So they go out and prove it on the field, and they've done that. Only 2 losses so far this season. None of those, as you mentioned, have been in the conference. And so they're 5-0 in conference play. So they got to get by tonight. This is kind of a thorny game for them. And so they definitely want to come out and prove something to those who voted earlier this season.
Yeah, 2 big wins, 35-17, a win against Angelo State, and everybody was talking about it at the beginning of the season. They beat Commerce 31-30, and they trailed in that game 23-0 and came all the way back.
Right, and it was one of those, too, that, they finally started to find themselves a little bit in that ball game. A lot of confidence in the quarterback and, of course, the receivers, and that's what helped them bring them back in that game.
We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, we'll head down on the sideline and check in with our man Kent Johnson. He's got an update as well on head coach Bill Maskell going for a 150th win. We're back right after this on the LSC Digital Network.
When joints begin to fail, it's more than an inconvenience. The relentless grinding pain slows you down and can even stop you from doing the things you enjoy in life. At Physicians Surgical Hospitals, our skilled orthopedic experts are using advanced robotic surgeries to get you back to being you sooner with a less painful recovery. We're doing more than restoring joints. We're restoring lives.
The Midwestern State Mustangs have been one of the top football programs in the Lone Star Conference for over the past 15 years, and 2021 is no different. The Mustangs come into tonight's game 6-2 overall, undefeated 5-0 in the Lone Star Conference, and they have a lot on the line tonight. A win would give them at least a share of the Lone Star Conference crown, and they can clinch the LSC title with 2 more wins or 1 win and an A&M Commerce loss. A win would also give the Mustangs their 9th conference title in program history, dating back to when they were members of the Texas Conference in 1941. The Mustangs have experience at the top. It all starts with the head coach, Bill Maskell. He's in his 20th season. Tonight, he is going for his 150th career victory, and the Mustangs would love to give it to him here at Buffalo Stadium. By comparison, the coach in Mustang football history with the next highest number of wins had 31, so that tells you the kind of program that Bill Maskell has established in Wichita Falls. Mustangs are ranked 21st in the AFCA coaches poll. They're ranked number 4 in last week's NCAA Division II Super Region 4 poll. Now the Mustangs offensively average 425 yards a game. That's second in the LSC. They average 255 yards passing and and just over 165 yards on the ground. Their quarterback, Dylan Sterling Cole, leads the LSC in total offense, averaging 257 yards a game. He also throws for over 235 yards a game. In the Mustangs' opening loss against Central Oklahoma, he turned the ball over 5 times. But that was a wake-up call, and it hasn't happened since. Now, his favorite targets offensively are a pair of receivers, Kylan Harrison and Jawan Mason. They're his favorite targets. We'll keep an eye on them. Defensively, the Mustangs have given up yards 3 times this year. They've allowed over 400 yards in total offense, but that was the first 3 games of the season. As a whole, they're allowing 374 yards a game. They're led by an active linebacker group led by Justin Guillory. He's the Mustangs' leading tackler with 50. That includes 6 tackles behind the line of scrimmage. Fellow linebacker Rigoberto Giardo is next on the list with 42 stops. Now, the Mustangs and the Buffs have had an even series over the last 12 years. Generally, the home team wins. The Buffs have won the last 3 times in Canyon, including 2019 here at Buffalo Stadium when they took a 52-48 victory over Midwestern State. The Mustangs' last victory in Canyon came back in 2012. That game had a bizarre finish as Marquis Christian picked up a fumbled ball and returned it 18 yards for a touchdown with just 55 seconds left. The fumble resulted as WT's punter kicked the ball into the backside of his blocking back. Crazy stuff happens when these 2 teams play. Beautiful weather tonight. It's 80 degrees at kickoff. By the second half, it's going to be in the 50s when the sun goes down. Winds out of the south at 20. We're going to take a timeout now. When we come back, Lucas and Bryce will break down the keys to our game and set the starting lineup. You're watching Buffalo football on the LSC Digital Network.
Jenkins Doors and Windows began serving the Texas Panhandle in 1927, and we take pride in being a part of your neighborhood. We don't use false promises or gimmicks. We simply offer quality doors and windows at a fair price, and we stand behind every sale. Jenkins is family owned and operated, and proudly continues the traditions of quality and excellence that started over 80 years ago. Call us at 372-4336 or stop by our showroom at 820 West 6th and let our knowledgeable staff help you pick out the perfect doors and windows for your home.
Welcome to MetaDrive Pharmacy, Canyon's hometown pharmacy for over 32 years. We greet you by name, and our pharmacists take the time to counsel you and answer all your questions. Our Health Mart Pharmacy specializes in serving our community with fast, friendly, professional service and the highest quality medicines and health products. We accept most insurance plans, including Medicaid and Medicare, and we offer free in-town delivery to your home or business. Come visit us for all your healthcare needs.
For 90 years, the Lone Star Conference has been committed to excellence. What began in 1931 as a 5-team conference has grown to 18 institutions spanning 4 states. And while membership has changed, the pursuit of athletic success and academic excellence has never wavered. 119 national championships, over 2,000 All-Americans, and nearly 300 academic All-Americans. Celebrating 90 years of success, this is the Lone Star Conference.
Buffalo Stadium as we get set for West Texas A&M taking on Midwestern State. And Bryce, let's start here with keys to the game as we look for West Texas A&M. It said it's been up and down. They've put together, a couple wins in a row, then they'll lose a game or 2. But last week they did look strong on the road against Texas A&M Kingsville. We're hoping to see that again tonight.
What we've seen lately for the Buffaloes is their defenses continue to get better each and every week. Last week they forced 3 turnovers in that ball game down in Kingsville. It's always tough to do on the road. And so they play consistently trying to hold teams down from moving the football. That's going to be a key tonight because we've got a quarterback that can throw has thrown for almost 2,000 yards this year. That's going to be a key.
So the first key, let's get to it right there. It is slow down Midwestern State's aerial assault. And that the quarterback you're talking about is Dylan Sterling Cole. 19 touchdowns, nearly 2,000 yards passing. He does have 9 interceptions, and so maybe the Buffs can, as you said, turn him over. But what Kent was talking about, those wide receivers, Kylan Harrison and Jawan Mason, they are both in the top 5 in the Lone Star Conference in receiving yards, touchdown catches, 9 touchdowns between the two of them. They're quick, they get open easily, and they score.
And they're big, and that's the other thing, too. And so, again, you can't key on one key receiver because they have 2. They're going to split them most of the time, and so you're going to have your safeties coming up and kind of zeroing in on a receiver to help the corners in that coverage.
Could be a big matchup for a guy like Tobias Harris in the secondary. Or you talked to Coach Hughes Thursday at the coaches show, and Satchel Escalante was a player that had such a good game last week.
He really did. Came up with 2 interceptions in that contest against Kingsville and really kind of helped stimulate the defense as far as the stops that they made in that ball game, which also gave WT great field position offensively.
Second key, WT has to stay clean and be efficient on offense. What does that mean?
So basically last week, you look, they didn't really, statistically, they didn't win the battle against Kingsville, but they did what they needed to do to be efficient. 11 to 15 passing for Nick Gerber, and so great quarterback ranking there for him in last week's ball game. He was efficient. He found the right receivers at the right time. And so you want to be efficient as you try to move the football, not make big mistakes.
Yeah, you got to keep those turnovers. Don't give Midwestern State a chance. And they've done that before this season. We talked to Rich Renner, the defensive coordinator, who used to be with West Texas A&M a long time ago, back when I was in school. And he said, you know what, Lucas? He said, we are really good when we force turnovers. He said, if we can't get pressure on Gerber, if we don't force turnovers, he said, watch out.
If you control the turnover battle, then you're going to control the game. That's what WT's been able to do the last few weeks, and so the same thing for Midwestern this year.
All right, you know I love music, Bryce, and so I always like to throw some classic music into this, and I know you love it as well.
Were you born when this song was done?
I was actually, Bryce. So Tom Petty sang it best back in 1989 on the Full Moon Fever album. He sang, I Won't Back Down, right? And so that's what the Buffaloes have to do. They have to bring that mentality into this game tonight. It means a lot for Midwestern State. A championship is on the line. It's not the same for WT, but they have to bring that. They have to match the effort and intensity.
Yeah, they really do. They have to bring the action here early in this one today. And so in order to do that, you want to create that. The nice thing for the Buffaloes is they're at home, and so they play well here at Buffalo Stadium. They want to continue that today. They want to get off to a good start and put pressure on Midwestern.
Okay, let's time to take our attention to the starting lineups, and so we'll look at the starters first for the offense for West Texas A&M as we turn our attention there. And for WT offensively, Bryce, it does start with the trigger man, Nick Gerber, at the quarterback position. You look at what Gerber has been able to do this year, the quarterback, the junior from Levelland, Texas. And for Gerber, 6'1", 185 junior, 57% passer. Last week, 11 of 15, 153 yards, and also 2 touchdowns. The offensive line, Adam Alcorta, Jacoby Lott, Zane Madison making his 17th start at center, Patrick Gray and Parker Hanna on the right side of that offensive line. The receivers, Noah Bogardus, also Caleb Olison. We'll see Tyree Tipton as well, along with Kenneth Red Jr. And then at the running back spot, and this is where we want to talk a little bit about, obviously, the X factor of the game, and that is Jared Compton. What a game he had last week.
He really did. And, again, this is one of those where he keeps getting better and better each week. And Coach Hughes talked about the fact that they need to basically take him away from what they were trying to do. Use him in the slot, use him in different setups, and just let him run with the football. Here, obviously, he can catch a pass, as you can see right there. But the thing is, they just want to hand him the football. Coach Hughes said he looked a lot like he did his freshman season, especially last week against Kingsville. That needs to continue over to today as well.
So we're expecting a big performance from that man right there. Number 1, Jared Compton, always has a smile on his face. An intense player, and I know Mom and Dad will be watching him tonight as well. Defensively for West Texas A&M, we'll look at the starting lineups for the defense, as the defense kind of headed up by defensive line coach J.T. Haddon. And we start up front, the defensive line, where they've had different guys rotate in and out throughout the season, but the front 3 with Dylan Mata, Jalen Hill, Xavier Rivera. He's had his best season so far, the sophomore from Abernathy. But Bryce, a player that I really kind of penciled in on the depth chart is Michael Smith. We have said his name a lot this season. He's gotten better and better as the season has gone
Well,
on.
and you talked about J.T. Haddon, the fact that he was very excited about the young players coming up. Michael Smith is one of those. Victor Smith is another one, and Eric Goodman. They're all freshmen. They all freshman eligibility basically, but they all have gone and did more probably than what the coaching staff thought they would do on that defensive line.
So defensively, when we look at this team, the linebackers, we're going to talk a lot about the linebackers tonight. Guys like Taylon Hickerson, Eric Collins on the outside. J.T. Cavender, by the way, is in the nation 13th in tackles, leading tackler in the Lone Star Conference with 83. But our X-Bar X factor of the game tonight is, as I nicknamed him, the smooth operator,
Yes.
Eric Collins.
Well, I mean, he is that too. Just by the way he moves, he lines up on the line a lot of times. He'll come up and then he'll get around pressure. He does it in a very smooth fashion, and he's able to put pressure on the quarterback, but he's also able to fall back defensively and pick up an interception from time to time as well. And so he's leading by example for the young linebackers to follow. And again, that's a great example.
We've been saying it for the last several seasons. It's like it's linebacker you
It
here
is.
in Canyon, Texas.
It really is.
And so, Bryce, here's a pretty cool stat. Eric needs 5 tackles tonight to pass Carter James and move into third place all time on the career tackles list. Now, above Eric, you say who's in first and second? First place, Taylor McCullough, and he put that record pretty far out of reach, over 400 tackles in his career.
Yeah, correct.
And then second place was Jared Brock, who also was a tremendous linebacker for West Texas A&M. We love watching Carter James play as well.
Absolutely.
And so when you're in that company, it tells you a lot about Eric Collins.
Yeah, that really does, and he has really climbed the statistic ladder, as you like to look at it there, and really done a nice job. But again, the thing that impresses me so much is how hard Eric plays, and the way he plays is a great way to lead by example. And again, we got young linebackers coming up as well, along with young linemen, but young linebackers, and they can learn and feed off of the way that Eric Collins plays, and I think they've done that.
In the secondary, the Buffs will start in the safety positions. Gage Smith, number 22, 5'11", 185-pound freshman, again, who changed his number. He's wearing 22 this year, honoring a former friend and teammate of his, Ty Jordan, who passed away last December. So Gage having a good season, 34 tackles, had an interception at Eastern New Mexico. Satchel, we talked about what he did last week. Satchel Escalante, 12 tackles, 2 interceptions, a forced fumble, and a 4th down stop. The cornerbacks will be Ibrahim Kanate, a junior from Germantown, Maryland, and then Tobias Harris, 5'9", 180-pound junior spark plug, who also is getting closer to collecting some records. In fact, he's second place all-time interceptions with 16, 2 away from tying Steve Hatterius, who set the all-time record in 1964 to 1967 years with 18 interceptions. There's a look at Tobias right there. And Bryce, the Buffs have been much better since he got back on the field.
Yeah, well, he brings that energy. That's the thing that they needed early in the season. We talked a lot about Eric Collins. One thing he doesn't do, he's not a rah-rah guy. He just leads by example. But sometimes you need that rah-rah guy. Chris Thomas is one of those linebackers, but really the main one is Tobias Harris. Tobias brings energy each and every time he comes out and plays. That gets everybody else fired up, and they need to feed off that energy.
So you see the Buffaloes making their way onto the field. We're glad to have you along with us. Lucas Kinsey, joined by my broadcast partner, Bryce Sheets. Jacob Griffin, the director tonight for the Thunder Vision crew. And again, we appreciate you joining us here on the Lone Star Conference Digital Network. The broadcast tonight brought to you by Texas Farm Bureau. Your officials for this evening tonight, your head referee will be Mr. Joe Horn, umpire Tim Hendricks, the head linesman Ronald Tatch, field judge Evan Baker, line judge will be Brian Burkhart, side judge Gennard Griggs, the back judge Scott Kramer, and the center judge is Salvador Garcia. And so we'll get the captains to come and meet at midfield. And again, Bryce, Midwestern State, as they start to make their way down the ramp, down the steps there and head onto the field. Midwestern State, you look at we talk about these battles that we have seen with West Texas A&M and Midwestern State. It seems to not matter what the records are or what the significance is. They always seem to play very close.
Yeah, they really do. And in the last, 10 ball games that they play, they've only had one. And that was a blowout down in Midwestern, down in Wichita Falls, and that was a weather game, too. That also had some problems. But other than that, the games are always close. WT plays them well, especially here at home. they seem to always find a way to come away with a victory, and they've won the last 3 here in Canyon. And so they need that energy, as you talked about, to get going early tonight, and they need to come out ready to play. Again, Midwestern has the conference title on the line. What WT wants to do is they want to be the spoiler because they would like to see themselves look good as far as the conference record is concerned too.
And again, our old friend Charlie Chitwood in Texas A&M Commerce, they're cheering for the Buffs tonight.
Oh, they are.
I guarantee you that.
They are indeed.
You know, we talked about Midwestern State, the defensive coordinator Rich Renner, and his relationship here at West Texas A&M. Coached here for several years before moving on, and he has been at Midwestern State for 14 years. Bill Maskell is in his 20th season, and Kent talked about him going for win number 150 tonight, Bryce. He has had consistency with his staff. He's had his staff stay together for the most part throughout the years, and they just have this program that they're very consistent. They just win.
Well, and that's the thing. The system stays they make adaptations to the system, but it stays pretty well intact. So you, as a player coming in, know what their anticipation is going to be for you to fit in, to plug into the holes they have. You know, since 2000, the Mustangs have the best record in the LSC, 163 and 67. Right behind them, WT, 145 and 104.
There's the captains for WT, Jared Compton, JT Cavender. Also Michael Anozi and Nick Gerber. For Midwestern State, the 2 captains, number 45, Jalen Abdul Kareem. It's Abdul Kareem, not Kareem Abdul. And number 38, Rigo, as they call him, Rigoberto Carrillo, a talented linebacker for Midwestern State. This Midwestern State team, their offensive coordinator, Skylar Morningwig, and we'll talk more about him.
Yeah, he's got a familiar name. And the thing about him, too, is we get the coin toss here. This is the top 2 red zone offenses this season in the Lone Star Conference. Both teams have been in the red zone 38 times. The Buffs have scored 25 touchdowns. Midwestern has scored 20, so the Buffs had the better advantage, an 89.5% efficiency percentage, and MSU has an 89% efficiency percentage. So we want to see that tonight. We want to see the Buffs take advantage if they get in the red zone this evening.
Looks like West Texas A&M has won the toss and elected to defer to the second half, so the Buffs will kick off. Midwestern State offensively will get the ball to start things. And so, Bryce, let's kind of start getting a little bit of a preview for the fans on the quarterback, the signal caller, number 6, Dylan Sterling Cole. He's a transfer from Arizona State, and he has had some performances that have been out of this world this season. He's also struggled at times, but overall a very good quarterback. He's brought a lot to Midwestern State.
Yeah, he really has. And again, almost 2,000 yards through the year. Obviously, his 2 receivers he loves quite a bit in Jalen Harrison and Jawan Mason. And then you don't want to forget Jamazari Arvey there as well, too. So he loves to throw the football. They love to whip it around. And a Bill Maskell team has always liked to throw the football. He's always had quarterbacks that have good arms, strong arms. It's just the consistency sometimes that they get concerned about.
Yeah, we unfortunately saw Leighton Rabb for a few seasons, didn't we? He was a really talented one. He's actually coaching.
Yeah, I was going to say, at least we got him to stay in the area.
He's coaching high school for the Canyon Eagles.
Yes, and really a nice, mentor for young quarterbacks in this region.
So West Texas A&M again will kick off, and one of the things the Buffs are going to have to do a good job of is being careful with these kickoff and punt returns, because back there to receive is Kylan Harrison, last week the Lone Star Conference Special Teams Player of the Week. He has 2 kickoff returns for touchdowns this season, including a 92-yard kickoff return at Tarleton State.
Cavante Jackson is back there as well.
And it's a good kick. It goes over the head of the talented player Harrison, so they don't want to get they don't want him to have a chance to even get his hands on the football. This offense that Midwestern State will bring out, ranked number 2 in the Lone Star Conference in total yards per game with 435. Second in passing with 255 per game. Bryce, they average 169 on the ground. How do they not have a running back that has had a single game of 100 yards plus this season?
So what they've done, obviously, they've built around 4 running backs this season. And so in doing so, if somebody gets hurt, you're not really devastated. You're able to plug in the next guy up, and they've been able to use those guys to average, as you said, a nice running game this season.
on first down. The first running back to get the carry and get no gain, maybe thrown for a loss, is Cavante Jackson.
He got a favorable spot because he really lost a yard, but this far sideline official just marked it right back at the line of scrimmage. I didn't think he even got there.
And that was Gage Smith that came through for the Buffaloes to make the stop. Gage, again, one of those players, young players, several young players on this team that has improved a lot in the last 2 years. Here's a pass play for the Mustangs, and now the quarterback will take off and run, and you see the speed, the dual threat that the quarterback really is. Dylan Sterling Cole on the season, 180 rushing yards and 3 rushing touchdowns.
Yeah, the Buffaloes that time dropped the linebacker in coverage, and so he was picking up the tight end, and so there wasn't anybody open. And so in doing that, then the passing lane kind of broke down, and so the quarterback, Cole, takes off, is able to pick up the first.
Big pickup there for Midwestern State. They enjoy going on long drives. We'll talk more about that in just a second. Here's another try on the running game that goes nowhere. Chris Thomas and Eric Collins with the combo stop on the running back, number 21, Jalen March. He's a freshman from Fort Worth out of Seguin High School.
And again, like you said, they rotate those running backs, and so everybody trying to get in rhythm a little bit, but at the same time, the Buffs have read the running lanes really strongly so far here in the beginning of this game.
Sets up a 2nd down and 10 here for Midwestern State. Sterling Cole throws it quickly to the far side. Catch made by Harrison, and then he is pushed out of bounds after picking up a first down. The tackle made by Ibrahim Kanate and Bryce. The Buffs are going to have to be careful in that secondary. You know, it's what do? Do you play up on these talented receivers who are so fast? Because if you give that cushion like we just saw Kanate there, that's pitch and catch, and it's a first down for the Mustangs.
Well, and again, they're such good athletes. They're going to catch and then turn upfield and pick up an additional 5 to 7 yards. And in this case, they got the first down.
Sterling Cole heaves this one down the field. Too much air on that pass as he had a receiver that was streaking free, Jawan Mason. Mason's not the big receiver, Bryce.
No.
He is the speedster.
Right, and he really is. Again, 5'9", so not a lot of size, but he does have that speed. He got ahead of the secondary that time. Had the pass been on the mark, then that would have been an easy touchdown.
Nice pedigree from his high school days. Allen, Texas, right?
Yeah.
They play a little football there?
They play some.
Probably make the playoffs from time to time.
Yeah.
13:08 left to play first quarter, no score. It's going to be a handoff on the wide receiver reverse to Harrison, and he's tripped up from behind, and that was a good play again by Gage Smith. Nice run on the reverse of about 5 yards, but if Smith doesn't come from behind and grab some ankles there, Harrison's still running.
Yeah, and they stop that one at the 46, got a favorable spot again, and they move it up extra step. But you're absolutely right. Smith read the run lane. He was trailing the receiver coming across, and so once he saw him receive the football, he took an angle and was able to trip him up.
So here's a key 3rd down early in this game, 3rd down and 4 for Midwestern State. No score early first quarter. And the Buff Nation crowd, the Maroon Platoon, making noise. Sterling Cole, they'll stay on the ground. They go up the middle, and the running back is stopped. And there's the guy, Bryce, J.T. Cavender, that comes through and stops the running back about 2, almost 3 yards short of the first down.
J.T. had a nice interception last week to seal that win over Kingsville. And then again, playing with emotion, comes up and makes a stop. The one game where we saw earlier this year where he was a little banged up, we didn't get, and in fact he went out. You kind of miss his presence out on the field.
So Mustangs will punt it back to West Texas A&M. Tobias Harris back to receive, standing on his own 10-yard line. Fernando Piedra, the punter for the Mustangs, takes his time and puts a good right leg into this kick as it hits just on the other side of the 10-yard line and goes out of bounds. Just like the Mustangs have a talented return guy, so do the Buffs.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And so they want to keep it away from Tobias. Don't allow him to get open because free and open, and because once he does, then he can find a nice running lane and cause a big return.
So a great start defensively for West Texas A&M, and now we will see the Buffs offense come onto the field for the first time. They start from their own 10-yard line. And what do you want to see here, Bryce?
Well, I want to see efficiency like we talked about. We want to see them. They're going to mix the run and the pass. We'll see Jared Compton get off to a great start if possible.
All right, 2 receivers split to the far side. Carnbay, the tight end. The Buffs will throw on first down. Dangerous pass as Gerber was looking the entire time to his favorite target, Noah Bogardus, but also looking that way, Bryce, was Dylan Davis, who has 4 interceptions.
Well, that's the thing. His assignment is going to be Bogardus tonight. And the thing is, as you said, he locked in. Nick Gerber did. He locked in on the receiver. And so that was an easy take 2 steps up, and you're able to tip it away.
Yeah, Dylan Davis had the interception return for a touchdown to spark the comeback against Texas A&M Commerce. Compton will take the carry and not get much at all as 2 Midwestern State players come up. One of those guys, number 47, Zach Trevino, senior from Spring, Texas. This defensive line, the defensive ends are very talented. Malik Owens is the guy that I've got circled, 15 career sacks at 2nd place all-time for Midwestern State. And on the other side, Jalen Abdul Kareem, he's really good as well, 9 tackles for loss this year.
Well, and it puts it in 4th or 3rd and long, and so you know it's a passing situation, so expect maybe a little rollout of Compton out of the backfield.
And look at Midwestern State, everybody up on that line. The defensive back's going to try to jam the receivers. Gerber will throw. A little bit of contact there, but...
Oh, wow. The official really wasn't looking at the time. The contact was before the ball got there. And I'm quite sure that there's going to be some comments from the WT sideline on that no call.
It was tight coverage from Isaiah Butler, but again, as he's pressing against Caleb Olison, that's one of those plays where when you're within that first 5 yards,
correct,
you can be very physical.
You can. Yes, absolutely.
And so that's what the Mustang defense did there, forcing a quick 3 and out. Buffs have to punt it right back to the Mustangs. This is Braden Welch in to kick for the Buffs, and he gets a good kick that hits at the 40, and Midwestern State lets it roll all the way down inside the 25, down to the 24-yard line. Good punt for Braden Welch, and that helps the Buffs out tremendously there.
He did great in Kingsville last week as well. So, again, that's nice to see. No score here, 10:42 left to play in the first quarter. We're going to take a timeout. We'll do so and be back after this on the Lone Star Conference Digital Network.
We are Carpet Tech, and we are family. More than carpet cleaners, we're a team. Diving right in, not afraid to invest in our work and each other. We're killing it day in and day out, never shrinking from a challenge. Our people are 1 part passion, 1 part grit, and about a zillion parts awesome. And we are always looking to add to our family. So what are you waiting for?
J. Ferg Roofing has been protecting our community for 15 years. With more than 30,000 homes and businesses protected by our roofing work, we're proud of our ability to provide efficient, lasting solutions for your roofing needs. What makes us stand out from the competition is that we work for you, a dedicated team member who guides you every step of the way. That is the J. Ferg advantage. Quality, experience, fast pass scheduling, customer rewards. We have it all. Call J. Ferg Roofing today for a free inspection. We are J. Ferg Roofing. We are more.
And welcome back to J. Ferg Field, where we're at for this matchup between Midwestern State and West Texas A&M. Of course, an important Lone Star Conference matchup here this evening as the Buffaloes defense comes back out trying to stop Midwestern for the 2nd time.
All right, Midwestern State, they'll bring Jalen March in at running back. They're going to swing it out to the quick-footed runner, and he's pushed out of bounds by Cole Oster after a pickup to the 33-yard line. And another element with these running backs from Midwestern State is Jalen March. Oh, yeah, pretty good hands out of the backfield as well.
Well, that's very true. And the thing is, the advantage, obviously, is on the running back because he is going to be paired up with a linebacker. And so you expect the speed factor to be in favor of the running back.
Dylan Sterling Cole, quarterback
out of Orange, Texas.
That's right, originally there. And
like you said, went to Arizona State and made the transfer.
Last week, 13 of 20, and had 3 touchdown passes, no interceptions against Western New Mexico. Short run, they're stopped short at the first down marker. It's going to be 3rd down and a 1.5 yard here, yards to pick up this first down.
And really, so far, the Buffs defense has really played well against the run. They've been able to make the big stops other than the quarterback scamper when he took off on his own. But as far as the running backs are concerned, they haven't been able to get anything. It's the passing game we've struggled with so far.
Some extra beef in right now. 2 tight ends, Aaron Davis and Jayton Franklin, set to the right. And that's where they run. Running back cuts back inside. Gage Smith with the tackle, but not before Jalen March has a first down to the 40-yard line. And so they shift, they get that set they wanted to the right, and it's a good cut by March.
Yeah, he really looks back. He sees an open lane, and so he's able to cut back into the gap and then picks up the first down. Again, the Buffs read it fairly well that time. They just couldn't adjust to that opening in the gap.
Again, no score. Nearing the 9-minute mark here in the first quarter. Sterling Cole, nobody open. And now look at this pass, heaves it down the field. He jumped as he threw that ball, and it's incomplete, but still, Bryce, that's a pretty impressive incompletion.
Yeah, he shows you his arm strength as he jumps in the air and then throws it about 40 yards up the field. In fact, he had a receiver in the area, but he threw it out of bounds, and so there was no reception there, and so that they could complete. So that brings up 2nd and 10.
Some big matchups going on today in the Lone Star Conference. Kingsville at UTPB. Commerce at Angelo State. That one has a lot of implications. Central Washington at Western New Mexico, and Eastern New Mexico is taking on North American. Jalen March over the left side, and what a tackle.
Great tackle.
JT Cavender, strong hands, just got the jersey and hung on. Kind of slung back the running back that time. Short game.
But that was a big open lane that time. If JT doesn't make that stop, and then he has more room to run. And so great open field tackle by JT.
So here they are again in 3rd down. 3rd down and 8 this time for the Mustangs. Buff showing blitz, and so Midwestern says, hold up. They'll look to the side, check in with offensive coordinator Skylar Morningwig. In his 3rd year as offensive coordinator, this pass is off the mark.
Came with the blitz that time. They came with linebackers and a safety that time. Came up and put pressure on the quarterback. He had to release it before he got his feet set. He threw it well short of his intended target.
So right now, both defenses doing their job. And that is why we are scoreless with 8:25 to play in the first quarter. It'll be the 2nd punt for Fernando Piedra. Last time he kept it away from Tobias Harris. Smart decision, as Tobias is the all-time leader West Texas A&M history in return yardage. This one's high, angled to the far side of the field. Tobias will watch that one be down just inside the 30-yard line.
So again, a nice stop defensively. That's what we hoped for at the beginning of this ball game today, was that the defense would come out, kind of set the tone. They've been able to do that on the first drive. Midwestern got a couple of good plays, a couple of connections, and a couple of first downs. But since then, the Buffs have stiffened quite a bit, and so again, not allowing anything in the run game and really trying to clamp down on the passing game.
WT will bring in Kenneth Red Jr., one of the receivers. He's split out to the far side. And Khalil Finley up on the line in press coverage on first down. Compton squeezes through a hole and then is slung down after picking up about 8 yards. That was a good hole that they opened up, Bryce, that offensive line led by the center, Zane Madison.
Well, again, that was a beautiful hole, because you said he squeezed through. That's exactly what he did. He looked like he contorted his body in order to get through. There wasn't much room. Able to get through and pick up 8 on a nice scamper.
On the season, Compton averages 7.6 yards per carry. They'll give it to him again. Gets outside, stays on his feet, takes on a defender, and that is a first down. A good run into the secondary. The tackle on the end of that one made by Justin Guillory, the linebacker who was trailing the play. That's a nice run.
It really was. And again, I'll go back to what Coach Hughes said, that he really liked the way Jared ran last week, and the last few ball games. And again, it's like he's reverting to the way he ran his freshman year.
And this is something that is huge for WT if they can establish the run game, loosen up Midwestern State a little bit. Maybe it will open up some passing lanes here for Nick Gerber. Compton gets around the right side. Jared has another first down, and that's great blocking. And Bryce, I want to spotlight number 17, Jeremy Carnbay, the tight end.
Carnbay's the man in motion, so he slides from the left side to the right side of the line, slides down, and then what he does, he finds a linebacker, goes up and finds him and puts a helmet on him, and that opens up a running avenue for Jared to get to, and he got to the outside and picked up the first down. It was a great job of blocking that time.
So the Buffs on the other side of the 50 in Mustang territory. And they'll stay on the ground. Compton this time was swallowed up. Good play defensively, shooting through the gap that time was a defensive end, Jalen Abdul Kareem.
And again, using his speed and efficiency to get and stop Jared from getting up the field, throwing him for a yard loss. But on that play, the thing that Boston probably tuck away that time, Carnbay was in motion, this time from the right to the left. He goes up about 6 yards, turns back in. That's a little dump pass right there that Nick can use later on.
All right, Maxwell Perez, good to see him on the field. He's the tight end, set tight as the Buffs will throw. Tyree Tipton nearly got away, just tripped up. Good tackle by Malik Sonier.
If Sonier does not make that tackle, he has a lot of green in front of him. He just couldn't keep his feet. He kind of just raked his hand over his feet, was able to just enough to trip him up.
Because we've seen Tyree Tipton with his speed, we know what he can do. So a good defensive play there for the Mustangs. Sets up a 3rd down and 7 for West Texas A&M. We're seeing a new running back in the game. Here's Isaiah Smallwood, a freshman out of Austin. He's set to the left on 3rd and long. Gerber wants to throw. In trouble, escaping traffic, will throw, and it's nearly intercepted. He was going for Maxwell Perez, but that was really excellent coverage by Midwestern State.
It really was, and Nick wasn't quite sure what to do. After he eludes the tackle, he comes over the near side, and he was trying to determine whether do I turn it upfield and run it, or there's a receiver cutting across. I'll try to throw to him. And it's probably one of those where he's going, I should have kept it and just ran upfield.
And so the Buffs drive stalls out. And on 4th down and 7 from the Midwestern State 39-yard line, WT brings the punt team on. Welch's first punt was a really good one.
So an opportunity here once again, and the Buffs let the play clock run down. They'll take the 5-yard penalty. They will run this one back a little bit.
5-yard penalty. It's 4th down.
So that gives Braden a little more room.
Yeah, his first punt, Bryce, rolled all the way. It was a 60-yard punt.
Now they need to snap the ball. They got too many guys on the field. They do, and there's a second guy out there. This one was partially tipped.
Yeah, it's going to go up in the air and still take a pretty decent bounce, and there is a penalty marker that sits right in the middle of the field at the 40-yard line.
They had 12 men on the field, but they only get 5 back, and so they'll probably take the punt because it does not give them the first down.
Would it change your mind? Does Hunter Hughes go for it?
Well, he took the 5-yard penalty in order to move it back, and so most likely not. They'll probably take, if they can't. Now, let's see, is this a holding penalty? Because the one official indicates holding. So let's see what it is. They are calling holding against Midwestern. I thought it was because they had 12 men on the field. They didn't get everybody off. 10-yard penalty does make a difference on this one. Let's see.
During the kick, holding, receiving team number 42. That penalty declined. Off the play. 4th down.
Okay, so it's during the kick, and that's why they don't take it. Right.
So we will see the West Texas A&M defense after the media timeout. 5:19 to play first quarter, no score. You're watching WT and Midwestern State right here on the Lone Star Conference Digital Network.
Bud Light, proudly brewed
in the heart of Texas.
Choosing the right countertops for your kitchen can be tricky. Nowadays, there are hundreds of colors, patterns, and textures and materials that range from natural to engineered stone. Marble Depot is here for you throughout every step of the process. And yes, we do have a lot of options that might make that decision a little harder, but we're also going to ask the right questions so that you get the most out of your investment. So come by our showroom and let us help create what you've been dreaming of.
Well, the officials were still talking out there into the timeout, and so they're having a lengthy discussion before the referee finally said, no, okay, now we're going to time. So I don't know what all they were discussing, but they have the ball marked back, I believe, at the 11, maybe the 12-yard line. 11-yard line is where they marked. So that's where Midwestern will take over after a nice Braden Welch punch. And again, Braden did a nice job. He had a lot of pressure on him that time. Midwestern brought everybody. And so that's where that holding penalty came that WT declined. It had been different had it been before the punt. Then WT probably would have took the yardage on that one. But instead, they'll mark it back at the 11.
Okay, so we see Midwestern State offense come out for the third time here in the quarter. Neither team has scored. Each team has had the ball twice.
So far, this game is not disappointing. It's kind of like the way we thought it would be so far. I know we're still early, but nevertheless, good job, especially by the WT defense.
The running back this time on first down is Cavante Jackson. They'll throw it to Kylan Harrison, though, and quickly Tobias Harris comes up, makes a good tackle after a gain, a very short gain of 1. And that's the thing you got to do when you're coming up to stop Kylan Harrison, who's one of the best in the conference. Break down and just make the good tackle.
Well, and that's also a veteran play, too, by Tobias, because he's been in this ball game many times, and so he's familiar with their offense. And so he knew where the receiver was going to be. He was able to get to the receiver and wrap him up.
4 receivers on the field here for second down and long. Throw to the outside, and that one was off target. And you see, Bryce, a couple times when the quarterback has been off.
Yes.
Really not stepping into those passes.
No, he's not. There's no follow through on it. Basically, he's using his strength instead of his feet to kind of set the direction. So that was, he had an open receiver that time.
Use those legs, right?
He was just way off the mark. He doesn't use his legs, uses his arm strength instead.
So now third down and 9 for Midwestern State.
This is where you see the Buffs will probably put a little extra pressure because it is a throwing down. It's 3rd and 9.
Watch for the matchup on the outside. Left of your screen, Juwan Mason, the receiver, matched up against Kanate. It's a throw across the middle. Harrison makes the catch, and J.T. Cavender holds on with one arm, but they marked the receiver 1 yard past the marker. First down, Midwestern State.
What a favorable spot, because he was actually wrapped up at the 20-yard line, and they move it up to the 22. I know you reached forward, but man, that was a favorable spot that time by the officials.
Good tackle by Cavender.
Oh, great tackle, because he stopped them from getting the first down, and the officials awarded it based on him reaching out with the football.
We talked about JT, and Bryce, you saw his dad before the game.
Did. Very personable guy, really loves come watching his son play for good reason.
Quarterback's going to keep it this time and not get much at all, as it was a good job for the Buffaloes. Chris Thomas came up and met Dylan Sterling Cole right in the hole. And this type of game, we say this a lot, but Chris Thomas, when you come into a game and you got a team that says we really like to be physical and run the ball, Chris Thomas says, yep, I'm signed up for this.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we talked about Eric Collins. He plays so smoothly. Chris Thomas, that's your fiery guy right there. He's the linebacker. He's going to find an inch and take a mile.
So second down and 9 for the Mustangs. Buffs bring pressure. The throw down the far sideline is incomplete. Very good, tight coverage. If you're Midwestern State, you're saying maybe a little too tight, but Ibrahim Kanate step for step with a very fast receiver out there, Juwan Mason. The ball falls to the turf.
And I think that was just great defense. He was step for step. They're both hand tussling just a little bit, and that time he reaches up. Ibrahim reaches up in the last second to tip the ball away. That was just very good defense by the Buffs secondary.
So Sterling Cole and the Mustangs, play clock already down to 8 seconds, and they don't seem to be in any hurry. They just get it off. Sterling Cole, a lot of green in front of him, wants one block, gets it, and in the process gets another first down. And once again, Bryce, it's by 1 yard.
Well, and that time they, in particular, they send the 2 receivers on the near side. They send them both up. And so in doing so, boy, there's a snap. Buffs are going to have too many guys on the field.
They threw it quickly to the far side. Catch was made by Jaden Moore. And you're right.
Buffs were trying to shuttle in some new players, and Midwestern did not. They lined up quickly. They caught the Buffs trying to make that transition, and so there's going to be too many players on the field for WT. Now, where do they mark the ball? Do they have it marked? they may decline this penalty depending on where they mark it. I guess they're just trying to figure out what Bill McCaskill wants to do.
Substitution infraction on the defense. That penalty is declined. First down.
Says he'll take the penalty.
You know, always enjoy visiting with Coach Maskell, one of those guys that has a lot of class. Been doing this for a long time.
Yes.
And again, his program, I think a lot of the coaches in the conference have a lot of respect for him. They do things the right way.
Yes.
And they're just tough.
And that's, again, we've talked about this and we talked with Hunter about it the other day too, just an old school coach. Hunter says, I like to be considered an old school coach. I like to do it the right way.
Sterling Cole all day to throw on the outside, a little too high for Kylan Harrison. He's 6'1", and he went way up in the air, but it was still too tall.
Well, and Sterling Cole, if there is a rap on the quarterback, is that he has some inconsistencies on throws. And again, trying to make some big throws up the field, he's only been close really once on his intended target. Other than that, it's been kind of all over the place.
This game tonight brought to you by Texas Farm Bureau. Lucas Kinsey along with Bryce Sheets. Hope you're enjoying this one. If you're a defensive-minded fan
or type of game.
Or coach, you like this one. Speaking of defense, there's Chris Thomas, who just meets the running back in the hole, mano-a-mano.
Chris read that so perfectly that time. He slides down the line, so the line's trying to block to the left a little bit. He just slides down and then just wraps up the running back and allows him to go nowhere. There was a hole for a half a second, and Chris just plugged it.
So Midwestern State has been good on these third down and longs. Can they do it again? They bring in the running back, number 1, Cavante Jackson. Play clock again, under 10 seconds. Plenty of time to throw. And across the middle, it's incomplete. Tobias came from behind. Midwestern State furious. There's the fire from Coach Bill Maskell as the hat came off. And he said, hold on. Tobias looked like he may have been tugging on a jersey there. But Harris, the crafty veteran, he got the offhand in, Bryce.
Yes.
If there's a hand that is back there tugging on a jersey, it's his right hand.
Yeah, and again, from the official's viewpoint, he doesn't see it. And so, again, Tobias just does the right thing, reaches around, tips the ball away at the last second.
So, another punt. Midwestern State got to give it back to the Buffs. Tobias Harris will come up, signal fair catch, and then he couldn't get to the ball, so he has to just watch it bounce. Midwestern State will down it with 1:49 to play here in the first quarter. Still no score, and you love to see that on that last play from Coach Maskell there. They know what's at stake here tonight, Bryce.
Yes.
And the other thing you want to talk about, so they're ranked right now in the region.
Fourth. Yeah, they're fourth. And Angelo's fifth.
Yes, and this is one of those years where, who knows, there may only be one team from the Lone Star Conference get in. Right now there would be two, obviously.
There'd be two because they take the top 7, but right now, not overly sure. That's really important for where they are in the region.
All right, Buffs take over. Compton makes a good little shifty move there as one defender missed, and Jared gets a nice run of about 6 yards.
Ran into the back of Patrick Gray. Gray was up the field trying to block for him in that time. And again, just another nice run by Jared Compton.
One of the players in on the stop for Midwestern State, number 95, Connor Jones-Searcy, a sophomore from Midlothian. 2nd down and 4 for West Texas A&M. It's a screen to Compton, and Midwestern State read it perfectly as number 22 came up and sniffed that out. That is Justin Guillory. He's the leading tackler. That's the reason why.
Well, and again, if he does not make that stop, then there's a big open lane for Compton to run through. But again, he was the last line of defense. He was able to come up, wrap up the running back's legs, and take him down for a little gain.
WT right now does not want to go three and out.
They're letting the play clock run down on this one too, with 44 seconds left to play in the quarter.
Jordan Johnson's in the slot on the far side. Pressure again from Midwestern State. Pass perfectly thrown to the outside, and Kaufman has the catch. Good for a Buffs first down. And that is what WT has to do. When Midwestern State dials up the pressure, you run the quick out, the pass was perfect.
Yeah, nobody was over on Kaufman that time, so all Nick has to do is deliver it, and he does, and then keep the receiver inbound. He keeps his feet inbounds. It picks up the first down.
Just 15 seconds left in the quarter. Could be the last play here. Compton takes the carry and is stuffed right there for only a gain of 1. That time it was number 93, Alex Alvarado, this defensive line. Pretty good for Midwestern State. And that will take us to the end of quarter number 1. We started scoreless. We stay scoreless after 15 minutes of action. WT and Midwestern State will head to the second quarter after we step aside for a commercial break. You're watching Lone Star Conference football right here on the LSC Digital Network.
Welcome to Shimon Dental Group, where every day we're excited to see our patients and treat them like family. We are dedicated to providing you with the highest quality care in a friendly and comfortable environment. Shimon Dental Group's patient-focused philosophy puts your needs front and center.
We are constantly investing in leading-edge technology.
Innovations that speed the treatment process and improve aesthetics. We're expanding the breadth of our cosmetic and restorative services through training to provide the best possible outcomes.
Just with the level of commitment that they show to taking care of my family and I, it's absolutely unmatched in this town, so I've been very happy with them.
Brightening smiles for more than 3 decades.
Contact Shimon Dental Group for your appointment today.
When joints begin to fail, it's more than an inconvenience. The relentless grinding pain slows you down and can even stop you from doing the things you enjoy in life. At Physicians Surgical Hospitals, our skilled orthopedic experts are using advanced robotic surgeries to get you back to being you sooner with a less painful recovery. We're doing more than restoring joints. We're restoring lives.
Buffalo Stadium, 77 total yards in the first quarter for Midwestern, 48 for the Buffaloes. For the Buffs, Nick Gerber, 3 of 6 throwing the football. Jared Compton, 7 carries, 35 yards.
On second down, Gerber wants to go up top, and that pass way off the mark. As again, pressure coming into the face of Gerber. The times that he's had success, Bryce, they've been able to get him out of the pocket.
Yeah, and so they have that rolling pocket. They'll move him to the left, to the right a little bit to get him out of the straight-up pressure. And so in doing so, he has the ability to take off and run, too. That's the other thing they like to do. But in this case, it was a straight back drop, and he tried to loft it over the defender's head, and it was just too high and went out of bounds.
Into the game for Midwestern State at defensive end, number 18, Christian Lee. Gerber in trouble again, hit as he releases this one, incomplete. The pressure dialed up again by Rich Renner's defense. That time it was number 36 that shot through for Midwestern State. That's Michael Gardner, the safety.
And the thing about it is, again, you're talking about Rich Renner, been there 14 years, so he's been at a lot of these ball games too. He kind of knows the Buffs offense too, and so he knows when he sees some keys, he's able to move some defenders around to key on that movement.
Back to return the punt will be Trey Owens, number 29. Welch, this one's not a good punt. Off the side of his foot, it's going to go out of bounds on the wrong side of the 50-yard line. Looked like about the 45-yard line, and that is one that just, as soon as it came off the foot, you knew it was not going to be good there for WT. And so earlier in the game, we saw a 60-yard punt from Welch. That right there, kind of the inconsistencies of a young punter. And again, tonight they're without the services of Aaron Koash, who had been punting for the last 2 games.
Yeah, and so again, that time it just, as you mentioned, went off the side of the foot. Gives Midwestern great field position as they are in Buff territory at the 43-yard line.
So will this ignite this Mustang offense? Jackson, the running back, just scoots out of bounds after picking up a nice 5-yard gain on first down.
You know, you talked about, too, they're running back by committee, basically, and so those 4 guys they like to substitute in. It keeps everybody fresh, too, and so, you know, you have your bruiser back, you have your quick back, and in particular, Jackson is that quick back and has good speed to get to the outside.
We saw that running back by committee work pretty well for Texas A&M Commerce a few weeks ago. It's going to be the little flip back to the quarterback, and across the middle, a wide open receiver at the 10-yard line. Moore is going to go inside close to the 5-yard line. A nicely designed play there for Midwestern State.
Not too many gadget plays. There's a Bill Maslow run, but in that particular case, they caught WT. They were back deep enough defensively. They just didn't have anybody in the mid-range that time. So they were able to compete that pass and get it set up for first and goal to go.
Big completion to Jaden Moore, number 83. It was a 32-yard reception. So first and goal. This is a pass, and it's a touchdown for Midwestern State. Everybody sucked in with that play action to the running back, and then wide open on the backside was number 17, Kylan Harrison, his 20th career touchdown for Midwestern State.
It's just a beautiful play action that time. He faked it to Cavante Jackson. Everybody bit on the handoff. He pulls it back, and it has a receiver that goes up and in. Nobody picked him up across the back of the end zone.
So Ritzy Vase into attempt the extra point. True freshman out of Wichita Falls Hershey. And his extra point slides through the uprights. It's good. And Midwestern State takes advantage of great field position and strikes first. They lead above 7-0, 13:43 left to play before halftime. We're back after these messages on the LSC Digital Network.
Jenkins Doors and Windows began serving the Texas Panhandle in 1927, and we take pride in being a part of your neighborhood. We don't use false promises or gimmicks. We simply offer quality doors and windows at a fair price, and we stand behind every sale. Jenkins is family owned and operated, and proudly continues the traditions of quality and excellence that started over 80 years ago. Call us at 372-4336 or stop by our showroom at 820 West 6th and let our knowledgeable staff help you pick out the perfect doors and windows for your home.
Get set, go!
Well, welcome back. Here's the touchdown. Great play action on the fake handoff. And then in the back of the end zone, they find
Welcome to
Caleb
Midwestern
Harrison.
Pharmacy, Canyon's hometown.
And ready to pull that one in, and does so. And so the extra point makes it 7-0, a 3-play drive that goes 43 yards. The flea flicker was the big play in that series that time. And again, they're able to come up and put 7 on the scoreboard. They strike early as we have 13:43 left to play here in the first half.
Again, for Midwestern State, a team that on the season offensively, second in the conference in total yardage. They have, they're a team that has not scored too many games like in the 40s and 50s,
right,
but they have scored enough to win, obviously, 6 games and only lose 2.
Well, they think their offense is efficient enough to get them some scores, and their defense is going to keep them in the ball game.
Defense has been outstanding in this first half, holding West Texas A&M scoreless, putting a lot of pressure on Nick Gerber. And one thing that we look at right now that is not a good stat, Bryce, is the passing game for West Texas A&M. Only 13 yards. Nick Gerber, 3 of 8. Receivers not open. I mean, it's just a combination of things.
Yeah, they're not getting free, and so that's the thing. Everything's been kept in front of them, and so what they're doing is manning up defensively right now, primarily. That allows their safeties to play either a little deeper. We saw that on one series where they're playing a little deeper, and another where they can come up and create some problems defensively. And so as Nick Gerber gets set to get the offense going on this one.
All right, it's going to be a handoff over the right side, Isaiah Smallwood, and he is smothered up quickly. Bryce, the thing that you can see even from up here, where our vantage point is Midwestern State defensively. The last drive, they've started to get the momentum picked up. They're playing with a little more energy.
They are, and they're walking linebackers up, and so they're putting 5 and 6 in the box because WT's run game, we don't have a ton of yards. It's still, Jared Compton has done well, 7 carries, 35 yards, and so they're trying to gum up those holes, and they're trying to force Nick into a throwing game.
Single coverage again on the outside. The Buffs will run it. Good block by Red Jr. And Jared Compton is going to get enough for a Buffs first down. That was a good, nicely designed play there. Injured player at the end of that play for Midwestern State.
It's the player that came up to make the stop that time, and Jared just tried to straight arm to block him a little bit. It may have caught him, you know, right under the face mask a little bit, and so that may be why he's shaken up just a little bit.
Yeah, let's look at that last play if we have it there, the run from Compton.
And so you can see right here, quick handoff, and then Jared gets to the outside, and nice job. And then he just uses his hand on the straight arm and tries to trip up the defender back
number
there,
7,
Finley. So,
and he's a talented player. One of the corners out of Denison, Texas. Had an interception last week. 18 tackles on the season, a couple of interceptions, and a couple of pass breakups. It's a veteran secondary.
Well, it's a veteran team. That's the one thing.
Yeah.
I mean, his offensive line, they average, 13 years in college. I mean, I know they don't, I'm being facetious, but you've got some guys that have been on the offensive line for 7 years because.
That's what they say about Jordan Johnson,
I know,
too.
They say the same thing about COVID and everything else that's taken place for the last several years. So they've got great experience, is my point.
And again, I go back to this, Bryce. Midwestern State preseason picked 5th.
Yes.
They finished, they played in the spring. UTPB won the spring season. There's a pass from Gerber, complete down the field for a Buffs first down. Kenneth Red Jr. holds onto the ball just on the other side of the 50, so that's a Buffs first down.
Go back to what you said. When Nick rolls out a little bit, gets out of the pocket, in that case he did that time. He rolls out and comes out to the near side, and then just a quick throw to Red for the first down.
That is a receiver that you look out there for the Buffs and feel like he could do some damage tonight and help this passing game out. That was a good play there. Fake to Compton. Gerber keeps it. He's going to run and slide down. Thought it was a little closer to the 40, but again, when you slide, they're going to start. That's what I really don't like.
Yeah, I know they do start that with a slide, but that wasn't. And I think what happened in that was he went to slide, he put his hand down, and that's where the marking is, where his hand came down. And so, again, you don't want your quarterback taking a lot of unnecessary hits, and so as he goes down, he slides, and it's still, looking at the replay, it's still a bad spot.
It's tough when you do that. You don't want your quarterback getting hurt, but at the same time, you don't want to lose 2 or 3 yards.
No.
Second down and short. Compton. Huge hole opens up. Compton at the 35. Good job by Jared Compton. It's just that little jump cut, Bryce. The defender coming down the line, and Jared is so shifty that he just puts a little foot in the ground, takes his balance from one direction to the other, and that's a great run there for Compton.
It's a fantastic run, and again, follows the right side of the line. Morgan Pinch is in there right now. He's the one at the right tackle spot who opens up a lane for Jared to run through.
19-yard rush there for Compton. And he's going to get it again, but this time he's going nowhere as number 23 shoots through and makes a great stop for Midwestern State. It's Mason Montoya, the linebacker for Midwestern State.
So they walk a linebacker up that time because now they have 5 guys that are rushing, and so he comes in, fills the hole, and is able to make the stop for little or no gain.
One of the players that Rich Renner talked to me about in the pregame was defensive lineman number 90, Zed Asawada. Said he's one of those old-fashioned 3 techniques that makes the linebacker's job easy. Here's a play for Midwestern State.
That looked like a face mask, too.
A blitz that came through, and that was actually the defensive end, number 18, Christian Lee, that gets Gerber up top and throws him for a huge loss back to the 31-yard line. That is an 8-yard loss.
Yeah, great pressure applied that time as they kind of swoop around and come up. You can see right here as he steps back, and then coming from the outside comes in and just grabs the shoulder pad and takes him down for a big loss. Makes it 3rd and long. There's offsides.
Should be a penalty. It is. Gerber will throw it to far sideline, and Bogardus tripped up and fell.
You would like to see a penalty on that one as well, but Nick just got his feet tangled up with the defender, and so they're not going to throw that.
Should just be a 5-yard offsides against Midwestern State. So you'll have 3rd down and 13 now for the Buffaloes. Only trailing by a touchdown, 7-0, 10:01 still to play before halftime. Lucas Kinsey, Bryce Sheets, glad to have you with us tonight. Again, beautiful weather here in early November.
Well, Red Jr. has man-on-man coverage out on the near side.
Yeah,
right
go
now.
to him again.
So again, he shook free a little while ago on a nice pass completion.
Gerber looking left, and Gerber's dumped again. They brought pressure. Buffs did not pick it up. That was the linebacker, Justin Guillory. And so 2 times on this drive after Compton gets the Buffs in business there with a nice run, 2 big sacks are going to force the Buffs to come bring the punt team on, and that is disappointing there.
Yeah, that was a breakdown by the offensive line that time. And again, they did bring the extra pressure, but you've got to be able to recognize that and make the proper adjustments in order to give your quarterback some time. I mean, really, that time Nick Gerber had no time whatsoever, not only sit his feet, but just to get away from any pressure that was coming.
So Welch will punt it back to the Mustangs. They nearly blocked that one as they got coverage through. It's going to be a much better punt this time from Welch. It will be down at the 1-yard line. Great job that time for the punter out of Canyon, Texas, hometown boy.
Yeah, did a nice job that time. Had time again to get it away. And so, again, that's kind of the, in essence, that's the theme here early in this half is, are you giving your offense or you're giving your special teams time to get some plays done? And of course, Midwestern's trying to disrupt that timing here so far in the ball game, but nice job to back them up in the shadows of the south end of the goalpost.
So Midwestern State brings in for the first time the power running back, Trenton Kennedy, 6'1", 220-pounder. And this is going to go up the middle for a couple of yards there, maybe 1-yard gain.
Yeah, and again, it's just they just want to dive straight ahead to give their quarterback some room to operate, and so not a lot of room there that time as the Buffs are able to walk up a couple of linebackers and plug all the holes.
Second down play here for Midwestern State. Again, the Mustangs being careful. They obviously don't want to give up a safety. Buffs defense wants to get that offense back on the field in a hurry. Kennedy tries the left side, a pretty good push. It's going to get the ball up to the 5-yard line and set up a manageable third down here for the Mustangs.
They've got to get to the 12 to pick up the first down, but now at least they've got a little room to operate from the 5, more so than at the 2-yard line where this drive started.
Gains 2 yards, brings up a line, rookie, third down.
Single coverage on both wide receivers. So,
yep, Dave Smith right in the middle of the field, the safety. And it's going to be a pass play here to the outside. Good strike, complete, but the receiver is not going to be able to get forward for the first down. Good job defensively for the Buffs coming up to make the stop right at the 9.
Yeah, 9-yard line. Nice job to come up and react. Coming up to help on that one. Michael Benuzzi is able to come up and wrap up the receiver out there on the far side and keep that from being a bigger completion than what it was. So it forces a 4th down and Midwestern punting from their end zone. So here is the punt for Midwestern State. Buffs have one man back deep and barely gets that one off, but a beautiful punt. And that is bobbled and trying to get it to the outside. Avoids one tackle. Tobias just could not, after he bobbled it, just couldn't get his feet set to return it. And so that's out to the 20-yard line. And so again, a great punt for Midwestern State as they are able to get that one away. So credit special teams, Fernando Piedra, on getting that one. That's his best punt of the night.
Okay, we're going to head down to the sideline. Kent Johnson is down there and has an injury report for us. Kent, go ahead. What do you have?
Hey, Lucas, I'm here. We're trying to get the camera guy coordinated.
So, Kent, go ahead.
Yeah, we're ready for Kent Johnson. Just as soon as we can, we're ready for that sideline report. Buffs trailing 7-0. Let's head down to the sideline with Kent.
sophomore starting left tackle Adam Alcorti came hobbling off the field on the Buffs' last possession. He indicated when he got over to the side that he got rolled on his leg. Well, they took him into the training tent, examined him, decided it's just a mild sprain of the ankle. They taped him back up. He should be back out on the field pretty soon, guys. Back upstairs.
All right, thanks very much, Kent. And so, again, that's when one of the nice things for the Buffs this year is the health of that offensive line. And so Adam Alcorta comes out, the left tackle. And so he and Parker Handler switch from time to time between right and left tackle. And Adam comes out sliding in his place. I believe has been Morgan Pincha who has come in. We'll see how they come out this time. Parker Handler, of course, will be on the left side.
I see 75 back in there. Alcorta, right?
So anyway, maybe it wasn't as bad as we thought.
Okay.
And sometimes that happens too, so that's good to see.
You're going to bring in two tight ends on this play. Jordan Johnson and Jeremy Carnbay. It's a handoff to Compton, nothing going initially, and Jared able to fight forward for just a couple of yards. Again, this Midwestern State defense, with the exception of just a few plays, has been solid right now. WT with just 81 yards of total offense, 26 passing, 55 rushing, and you have to be able to throw the football. You have to be able to loosen up this defense.
Yeah, the secondary, and again, they're able to walk up. They're not that deep. The safeties aren't very deep. And so, again, you're crediting the corners with the good speed they have. They're playing a nickel package right now, so that also helps them as far as cutting down on the passing attempts.
2nd down and 8 here for Gerber in the Buffs offense. Compton makes an athletic catch across the 20-yard line for a short gain.
An athletic throw, too, because Nick Gerber was trying to go upfield, and he kind of shot put it over to his running back. Compton able to go up and pull that one in and pick up a few more yards, and so makes it a 3rd down and about 6.
Brings up 3rd down and 5. Ball spotted on the 24-yard line.
Got to get to the 29.
You'd like to find a way, Bryce, to get Jordan Johnson involved, just because we know when he has the ball in his hands, he's so hard to tackle.
Absolutely.
And movement.
Yeah, man in motion coming across that time, and they're going to call the Buffs for some movement on that.
They did not need that. It was 3rd and 5. Now it's 3rd and 10.
Prior to the snap, false start, offense, number 56, 5-yard penalty, 3rd down.
Well, they called that on the Buffs, and in particular Grayson Williams. That's it. They said that was in there. I didn't see Grayson in there. I think they meant 66 on that play. It's Patrick Gray in the right guard.
Throw to the outside, and it's too high, nearly picked off as a corner had a beat on that ball. Tyree tipped in the intended receiver, and so we will see another punt. There's been too many punts already in this first half for the Buffaloes. Braden Welch this time will be standing inside his own 10-yard line.
And go back to the punt that Midwestern had to get them out of the shadows of the goalpost. That was in essence, an 80-yard punt that he was able to get away. That's what put the Buffs back so deep. They thought they'd have good field position, and instead it was special teams play that came up big for Midwestern.
And they bring pressure and they block the punt. It's loose, and it goes out of the end zone for Midwestern State. And so the Buffs fortunate that was not picked up and recovered as a touchdown. But, Bryce, that wasn't even close. If we get a look on that replay.
Yeah, again, they put great pressure. They're talking about it down in the end zone. It was blocked. But it was one of those that, again, not good blocking up front on special teams. And they brought the house that time.
Yeah.
And so they didn't really matter about what took place back deep. And so, again, the officials all talking about it. We see.
Yeah, let's pull that one up if we've got it on the replay. And they come back and they say that it is a safety.
The ball was still hit when it went into the end zone and went out of bounds. By rule, it's a safety.
by rule, it is a safety.
Yeah, and so that's why they got together and talked about it. So they put 2 points on the scoreboard.
Okay.
And it'll make it 9-7 at this point, and then the Buffs will have to put this one away.
So if we get one more look at this one, Bryce.
Yeah, you just see the pressure that came. That was a little early. We missed it there, but he's out of bounds when he recovers it. But since it was blocked into the end zone, it wasn't fully recovered. And again, of course, there's no replay in Division II, so you don't know. But at the 5:13 mark, now the Buffs will have to punt it away or kick it away, depending on what they elect to do at the 20-yard line.
So now it's 9-0 after the safety. And here's a look at it, Bryce, on this replay. Yeah, they whiffed. The blocker, there were too many guys coming through, and it's a game of which one do I take. I'm going to take one guy, and the other guy is going to slide free for the block. So now it's a free kick for West Texas A&M. And Midwestern State is going to have excellent field position again. Fielding it from the 35-yard line is the running back, Jackson. Cavante Jackson with a good return up near midfield. And even though it's only 9-0, Bryce, it's starting to feel all the momentum is with Midwestern State.
It really is right now. And again, they've got great field position the last couple of times they've had the football, other than in the end zone when they were after a great Braden Welch punt. But then again, they flipped the field on special teams play. They're able to get it down to the 20-yard line on a punt. And so that put the Buffs on their heels once again. And so it's, again, the Midwestern State Mustangs have had great field position here in this second quarter, and they got the win at their back, so that's a plus as well.
Swing pass out to the running back for Midwestern State, and a big pickup, a collision at the end of that one. Trenton Kennedy, again, we told you the power back is in, and yes, he is. The transfer from Tyler Junior College, who has 300 yards rushing.
And again, going no huddle or going quickly.
He gets the carry. A huge hole opens up over the middle, and he carries Xavier Rivera, the defensive lineman, up to the 40-yard line. And now Midwestern State, Bill Maskell, known to be a little conservative. Not right now.
Go with no tempo, up tempo, I should say.
Quarterback Sterling Cole. Smart decision there. He's been chased by Jalen Hill and Cole Oster. Nobody didn't have enough time to find a receiver, so he just throws that out of bounds. Sets up second down and 10. And
Jawan Mason was on the near side, and he was wanting them to hurry up because he had no defender out there. But the Buffs were able to get Canate out on him, and so that kind of blew up that play. That great pressure up the middle by the Buffalo defense that time. Hill was able to cut through and force the quarterback to roll out to his right and throw it away.
See, the Buffs try to bring some pressure here on second down. Nobody's in the backfield after Kennedy goes in motion. Kylan Harrison makes the catch, escapes from Collins the first time, but Collins came back, forced a fumble. It's still loose, and I think somehow Midwestern State recovered it. Even though Jalen Hill comes out with the football, I think it was number 52, the center, Nick Gonzalez, that did jump on it.
And it's one of those,
initially.
Again, trying to make something big play. Eric Collins comes back, forces the fumble. So you just fall on the football instead of trying to pick it up and run with it. The ball came free, and so you just want to fall on it to grab possession of the football.
So here's Sterling Cole on third down and long. They've been pretty good on third downs tonight, Midwestern State. Well, 3 of 7. Buffs are only 1 of 6. And this one to Harrison is short of the first down by about a yard. There's a penalty marker right back at the original line of scrimmage, though.
We've had very few penalties in the ballgame, and so it'll be interesting to see if this is a holding penalty. It's where the hold usually is. The official is ready to mark it off against Midwestern State. So the Buffs are definitely going to take it. Yeah, let's take the penalty. So.
Chop block.
Oh, a 15-yarder, Bryce. It's a chop block. That's a big one there.
Marks it back in Mustang territory at the 48-yard line. So Buffs able to force a third and extremely long on this play. So you anticipate, obviously, a big pass play here for Midwestern. That's where you got to watch these two receivers that are extremely quick and elusive.
It was only the second penalty on Midwestern State. The Buffs have only had 2 penalties as well. It's a screen pass, caught. Jackson makes good yardage up to the 39-yard line. A good play designed there for Midwestern State. We mentioned it. Skylar Morningwig, son of Marty, who has been in a lot of different places. Most recently, I'll say this because it's my son's favorite team, Bryce. He was the offensive coordinator for the Baltimore Ravens from 2016 to 2018. So this is his son, third year's offensive coordinator. Oh, yeah, by the way, the resume, he was a 3-year quarterback at Florida University before he transferred to Columbia. So some good DNA there, the coaching background for the offensive coordinator for the Mustangs. A punt that it takes a great Midwestern State bounce and will be down inside the 5 all the way down. Looks like about the 3-yard line.
Yeah, one official, I was going to say they walked it up to the 4-yard line because it hit a Midwestern player. So they'll have to mark it there because it rolled back to the 1, but it hit a player from Midwestern. So, yeah, they'll mark it at the 4-yard line.
You know, it's a obvious statement here, Bryce, to say you need some offense. You need some offense even just to drive for a couple reasons. One, so your defense can rest. And 2, just for some energy. It's just dead right now for the Buffaloes. They only have 86 total yards of offense.
And it's a 9-0 ball game, so you're still in it. And so basically what you want to do is to try to get something on track. I know there's only 2:46 left here in the first half, but this would be a great opportunity to get something going.
All right, Carn Bay, the tight end, goes in motion. They give it to Compton. A couple of yards over the right side. Midwestern State, again, defensively pretty sound. As, again, it was number 42, Zach West. Got a lot of good linebackers on this team.
The nice thing about Jared Compton's running so far in the ball game, he has 68 yards on the ground, and he's averaging 5.7 yards per carry. And so he's had good yardage when he runs with the football.
The running game has been pretty okay.
Not bad.
Passing game, that has
struggled.
Exactly. Hand off to Compton, trying to find a seam as he goes to the right side. He's going to lose yardage as Midwestern State played that one perfectly down the line.
Yeah, they're keying on Jared Compton right now. So you have really, you had 5 players walk up that time and kind of slide down the line.
Timeout taken, so we'll step aside as well. Back after these messages. Buffs trail 9-0 to Midwestern State. We're back with more football right after this.
For 90 years, the Lone Star Conference has been committed to excellence. What began in 1931 as a 5-team conference has grown to 18 institutions spanning 4 states. And while membership has changed, the pursuit of athletic success and academic excellence has never wavered. 119 national championships, over 2,000 All-Americans, and nearly 300 academic All-Americans. Celebrating 90 years of success, this is the Lone Star Conference.
Third down, a long play here for West Texas A&M. The Buffs trail 9-0. Second quarter. Catch made. And now Ollison got the first down. He got just enough across the 15 up to the 17-yard line. And Bryce, well, that completion, not sure exactly how many yards it was worth, but that is a big play right there.
Well, it's a huge play. You got Olson coming over the middle that time. They kind of move everybody back deep, and so Olson has a free range over the middle. No linebackers are there. He's able to catch it, get around one defender, and then pick up the first down.
So the drive continues. Across the middle is a wide-open receiver. Bogardus streaking free, and that is a play that the Buffs like. Number 8 going right down the middle of the field, and Gerber makes a perfect pass.
Makes a little move, a little shimmy to the outside, then cuts back up toward the middle. Is able to pick up the first down.
WT offense now. going in high gear. Up top, it's Red Jr. in a big collision at the end of that play. Breaking up the play was the secondary, Malik Saunier. And Red Jr. slow to get up as the trainers race out to check on him.
Well, the defender got there the same time the football did. It popped him in the back, and so he gets up on his feet and will slowly make his way to the near sideline. But again, it was a great pattern that time. He just couldn't hold on to the football.
See if we got that replay. This is how you play defensive back, right, Bryce?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Again, it's a nice pass, and it came up and just lowered, his shoulder pads and him in the back and out the football away.
So Red Jr.'s okay. Tough kid.
Yeah.
Well, he's tough. He's from Detroit, Michigan.
Yeah, I understand that. He still hurts a little bit right now.
Here's Gerber. He's flushed out of the pocket, scrambling for his life, and steps out of bounds in enemy territory over there on the Mustang bench. But a nice job for Gerber. That's what he's able to do, escape when the pocket collapses. And so that will set up a third down and about 7 here for West Texas A&M. 1:18 to play before halftime. Again, the WT defense doing a good job, only allowing 9 points, and really 2 of those coming off of a safety on a special teams miscue.
Yeah, they really have. And right now, this is the best drive of the game for the offense.
Gerber will roll out to the right and be cut down. Another big play by Justin Guillory, the linebacker who blitzed and took Gerber down hard for a big loss. Midwestern State quickly races in for a timeout. They want to get the football back, obviously, with it being 4th down and 16. Bryce, what'd you see on that one?
Well, on that one, it looked like Nick wanted to step to the inside and to avoid the tackle, but the guy came up so quick, grabbed his shoulder pads and turned him around and just dropped him to the turf. And so kind of took his feet out from under him. I don't think he was ready, you anticipated the contact that he got that time as he tried to step back to the inside. But again, you got to be quick. You got to release the football. If you see that coming, either throw it out of bounds or try to find somebody over the middle. You're looking for that safety check. You're looking for a safety valve. And so that time they couldn't find anybody, and they're going to bring on the punter, obviously, to kick this one away.
Reminder, at halftime, we'll have the Holiday Inn Express halftime show. Performance by the sound of West Texas Buffalo Marching Band. And also, Bryce, we'll get a chance to visit with a national championship winning head coach.
That's exactly right.
Michael Mook from the Lady Buff softball team will visit with Bryce. Here's a very important kick here from Braden Welch. That's a good leg in this punt over the head of the return man. And this one will go inside the 10, close to the 5-yard line. So a great job for Welch. And now, Bryce, if you're WT, so Midwestern State took the timeout to obviously get the ball back and maybe go score. But if you're WT, you have 3 timeouts remaining.
So you have 3. They only have 1 because they took 2 on that series at that time, and so they only have 1 timeout left. If they don't get anything here, I would guess, on this first play from scrimmage, then you anticipate, they will want the clock to run. But if they do, again, they only have that 1 timeout left.
Let's see which running back's in for Midwestern State. It's Cavante Jackson. Sterling Cole rolls to the right. Receivers wide open. And a big play for Midwestern State. Tobias Harris is lucky he didn't get an extra penalty there for slinging the receiver down after a big game. But that was a big play for the Mustangs. Down the sideline to number 13, Camden Robertson, a senior from Beaumont. As you see here on the replay.
Yeah,
just
nice
roll him out to the right. And on first down, they will swing it out to the running back, Cavante Jackson, for a gain of about 4 or 5 yards.
They're going no huddle. Buffs are trying to substitute in, but again, they're going no huddle, so WT has to take a timeout in order to prevent getting a penalty.
All right, so we'll step aside, take a quick timeout, come back with Midwestern State 2nd down, trying to put some more points on the board. They lead the Buffs 9-0. We're back right after this.
We are Carpet Tech, and we are family. More than carpet cleaners, we're a team. Diving right in, not afraid to invest in our work and each other. We're killing it day in and day out, never shrinking from a challenge. Our people are 1 part passion, 1 part grit, and about a zillion parts awesome. And we are always looking to add to our family. So what are you waiting for?
Well, welcome back to Buffalo Stadium, where Midwestern has been able to make 2 pass completions to get to the 46-yard line of the Mustangs. But again, 50 seconds left. They've been able to go on a bit of a drive, getting out of the deep inside their territory and trying to make something happen before the half.
Dylan Sterling Cole will throw on 2nd down. Now he's going to run it. Nice play by the quarterback as Eric Collins was in coverage. And Bryce, the quarterback, as soon as he sees Eric turn his back to cover the receiver, he takes off running.
And goes because there's nobody else over on that sideline. Eric staying with the running back, and the running back turns upfield to bring Eric with him. And so that leaves that far sideline open. And now they're in Buffalo territory with 43 seconds left at the 39-yard line. Very efficient drive here for Midwestern State.
That's a great word to describe this team. They lead 9-0. The stats aren't flashy, but the Mustangs on the march again.
That's got to be incomplete. Oh, he's saying that's a catch?
Yeah, the receiver looked like he landed out of bounds, and that's hard to tell if the toe drag happened or not.
He was trying to keep his feet down, but
Harrison.
as he goes to catch the pass, he's falling out of bounds. Man, what a great spot for Midwestern by the official.
Let's look at this one more time.
You look, and they roll to the right, and he is falling. He's out of bounds.
Yeah, I don't know if the foot got down or not on that one, but it doesn't matter. The Mustangs are moving. 1st and 10. Ball on the 29-yard line with 37 seconds left. Buffs bring pressure. Throw across the middle too high. That was a missed opportunity there because the receiver, Jaden Moore, was open. And again, you see Sterling Cole, some pressure coming. He's got to stay in there one more second. Easy for me to say up here. But he throws off his back foot.
And they come with a safety blitz that time. And so, again, they're adding that extra pressure because you can tell he's got happy feet. In other words, he gets a little antsy when the pressure is coming right at him. And so he doesn't have any problem rolling out and taking off on the run. But when it's coming straight up the middle, he has happy feet. And so he gets rid of it quickly and overshoots his target.
And those are the examples, Bryce. Those are the throws that are the difference between good and great quarterbacks.
Right.
We'll see if Sterling Cole can get one back here. He'll step up, elude the pressure, and heave this ball into the end zone, actually out of the back of the end zone. But a penalty marker is thrown from the back judge.
That usually is a defensive pass interference penalty. So this is going to be interesting as they sort this one out. The Buffs are, doesn't appear to be the beneficiary.
Yikes. Called the holding against Eric Collins. And so Midwestern State moves the football even closer to the end zone, just on the other side of the 20. So they move into the red zone with 24 seconds to play.
So they're within field goal range. And so now they know they're going to get points out of this after that penalty moved them up. It gives them an automatic 1st down. So what they're battling right now is the clock. They know they can get points, and so they still only have that one timeout left. To their credit, they've done this drive without having to use a timeout.
Yeah, it's been a good offensive drive. Catch made. It's going to be 1st and goal as they get across the sticks. Good catch on the outside. That was to number 11. That's Sam Hodges, big target, 6'4" senior. Another transfer from Tyler Junior College, and they go quickly and just spike it with 14 seconds left. You got to be impressed with, as you just said before that play, Bryce, this last-minute drive. A lot of teams can mess things up.
Yes.
Midwestern State's done it perfectly.
No, and again, we'll go back to what we said, the word we used, how they have played really this entire season. They're efficient. And so they aren't really flashy. They're just efficient in how they run their offense. And so in this particular case, they've been able to take it from the inside the 10 to inside the 10-yard line here, the Buffs end of the field.
3 receivers split to the left. They run it, with Jackson, and he's taken down, and so now they have to take that last timeout. The clock will stop with 10 seconds. Surprised they ran it there, Bryce?
I am, because they've done so well in the passing game on this particular drive, and I feel like they feel they have the advantage with their receivers over our defenders, and so I'm surprised they didn't try to take it toward the end zone and then stop the clock if they don't make it. Then they could try something else. They still have time, obviously, to get their field goal put in there to take the time out.
You see the Buffs defense huddled up there talking with the coaching staff, and this is a huge possession here for WT. Big difference if Midwestern State, I mean, either obviously you want to hold them to a field goal or even less, and the clock becomes a problem as well for the Mustangs. But if you're Midwestern State, you definitely want points.
Well, yeah, it's a third down, but they use
throw
the
to the end zone most likely.
You can do one throw to the end zone. Obviously, you can't run it because if the Buffs stop it, then
not enough time to get the field goal
not
team
enough
on.
time to get the field goal. They have no timeout, so they have to throw it. So the Buffs are anticipating that. So
I would look at number 17, obviously, which is Kylan Harrison, who already has a touchdown. Two big receivers to the left. Jaden Moore, the other one in the slot. He's 6'3". That's at the bottom of your screen there on 3rd and goal from the 8. That's exactly where they're going. Throw to the outside, incomplete. Good coverage by Kanate. The throw was too far to the outside. There's still 6 seconds left on 4th down. They'll bring the field goal team on.
Yeah, good defense that time by the Buffaloes, and they knew it was going to be a passing situation. So you can cheat on that. The running back coming out of the backfield, Monte Jackson, was going to go up and turn back to his quarterback, but he lost his footing, and so he came out and so or was ruled out on that particular play. So that's why Cole has to just launch it toward the end zone.
Ritzy Vase will come on, attempt this field goal. He's made all 6 field goal tries this year. This is a short one.
Oh, that hit the
upright. It did hit the upright
and go through.
And it went through for the freshman from Wichita Falls, Hershey, as his teammates come up and hug him and say, "You meant to do that, right, bud?" So the score will go to 12-0. Midwestern State leading with 3 seconds to play before halftime. We'll take a timeout and come back with more football right here on the Lone Star Conference Digital Network.
With 3 seconds left in the first half, the Midwestern State Mustangs lead.
J. Ferg Roofing has been protecting our community for 15 years. With more than 30,000 homes and businesses protected by our roofing work, we're proud of our ability to provide efficient, lasting solutions for your roofing needs. What makes us stand out from the competition is that we work for you with dedicated team members who guide you every step of the way. That is the J. Ferg advantage. Quality, experience, fast pass scheduling, customer rewards. We have it all. Call J. Ferg Roofing today for a free inspection. We are J. Ferg Roofing. We are more.
Well, welcome back. 3 seconds left to play. That was a 25-yard field goal for Midwestern State.
Ritzy Vase, Bryce, we saw him last year with the Canyon Eagles in the playoffs for South Falls Hershey.
We did. And so, big leg, and he was able to make that one connect. 3 seconds left. That was a 10-play drive, 83 yards in 57 seconds. Very efficient.
The Hershey Huskies. So the kickoff for Midwestern State will go over the head of Heston Marshall. WT will have one play, and any guesses on how this halftime interview is going to go for our friend Kent Johnson with head coach Hunter Hughes? It's eerily similar, Bryce, to 2 weeks ago right here against Texas A&M Commerce. Defense doing a great job, offense just not moving the football.
In that ball game, it was a 5-0 lead for Commerce at the half. This one is a 12-0 lead. You anticipate the Buffs will take a knee and to go into the locker room, anticipating they'll get the football back as we start the second half. But Gerber is in the shotgun. Let's see what he does. As he will actually look back to pass. He's going up the field. And Ayers put some air on it. Coughlin is going to be taken down. And fans wanting a flag.
No flags there, huh?
And there should have been a flag because he got bumped as he cut back toward the football. So Hunter Hughes waiting for the officials to come over because he wants to know why there wasn't a flag on that play. And they're not even going to come over. Okay, let's call it a half.
Yeah, the score 12-0 right now. Midwestern State leading. Got a field goal, a safety, and one touchdown to their credit. And for the Buffaloes. They will go to the locker room and try to figure out some things offensively.
And they got all that scoring in the second quarter.
All right. We'll head down to the field and get a visit with Kent Johnson and Hunter Hughes. Go ahead, Kent.
Heading into the halftime locker room with WT head coach Hunter Hughes, and you get into November, the margin of error is slim. What have you seen in the first half?
Probably it sucks. The punt end is terrible. They've been at a 3-yard punt. I mean, it looks good because they've got 2 that are rolled down in there inside the 1. But I mean, a 3-yard punt set up their first touchdown, and then punt get blocked and gave the safety, and and then our defense gives up a long pass on first down, on cover 3, and you can't have that. I mean, it's just. Our offense has not done a thing all night. So, got to go in your group. They were playing a good team. Our defense has held in there on the very last drive, I thought. But, we're losing the kicking game, and they're just destroying our offense.
We'll let you get with it. Let's get to the second half. That's Hunter Hughes going to stir up that magic elixir for the second half. We'll see how the Buffs do. Back upstairs, guys.
All right, thanks very much, Kent. Again, the Buffs trail 12-0 here at the half. And, of course, we want to remind you, too, that we're going to take a break. We'll come back, have an interview, but we'll also have a little bit of the activities for the WT band. We'll be back after this.
Days are built on mornings, and Whataburger is built on burgers. Mornings, burgers. Morning burgers? Yeah, all right. Good thing there's a burger made just for breakfast, topped with breakfast. The limited time breakfast burger is back at Whataburger.
The best tailgates start with the best beef, and the best beef starts with Market Street. Market Street, where we do beef the best.
Slide over.
Welcome to MetaDrive Pharmacy, Canyon's hometown pharmacy for over 32 years. We greet you by name, and our pharmacists take the time to counsel you and answer all your questions. Our Health Mart Pharmacy specializes in serving our community with fast, friendly, professional service and the highest quality medicines and health products. We accept most insurance plans, including Medicaid and Medicare, and we offer free in-town delivery to your home or business. Come visit us for all your healthcare needs.
For 90 years, the Lone Star Conference has been committed to excellence. What began in 1931 as a 5-team conference has grown to 18 institutions spanning 4 states. And while membership has changed, the pursuit of athletic success and academic excellence has never wavered. 118 national championships, over 2,000 All-Americans, and nearly 300 academic All-Americans. Celebrating 90 years of success, this is the Lone Star Conference.
Well, welcome back to Buffalo Stadium. Here at the half, the Buffs trail 12-0, and we'll go through some of the highlights. We'll also go through the statistics here in just a little bit. But joining us here for our halftime interview on the Holiday Inn Express halftime interview, of course, is national champion Mike Mook and softball coach for West Texas A&M. And you probably never get tired of hearing that when somebody says or introduces you as national champion.
Absolutely, yes.
Talk a little bit about, I know you had a fall campaign where you've got to get some players obviously in for this coming spring season, but you got a chance. I guess we'll run through this real quick before we go back to the title game. But basically, it was the defending national champions with West Texas A&M taking on Oklahoma in a exhibition game or fall game, however you want to look at it. Kind of describe how that was for the team.
Yeah, they had a blast. It's just fun to have an opportunity to play against some of the best softball players. A lot of these were players that they've watched on TV and different things like that. So I think to be on the field and to either be on the mound or in the batter's box with them staring back at you,
sure.
Surreal maybe a little bit to them, but I know our kids had a blast. It was great.
And the thing about it, and I've heard some of the comments from that ball game too a little bit, that I don't know that they were necessarily surprised or was taking anything for granted, whatever, but they liked the way that your team hit and really came at them.
Yeah, our kids just came out and battled, and again, they're a strong team. There's a reason why they're as good as they are.
Right.
But I was really proud of the effort that our kids came out and they held their ground.
So let's go back and talk in the spring or early summer, however you want to look at it. You're on a run for a national championship. One of the things you have to do, obviously, is get through the conference. And so does the conference kind of prepare you for that playoff action?
Absolutely. Our conference is so tough that when we got into playoffs, every team in playoffs is good, but it felt like kind of just our conference season just continuing to go on. I felt like we were definitely the best prepared team in the country when we got into regionals, into the World Series and stuff, just because of the competition that we played all year.
So talk a little bit about your club before we get into how those games kind of played out a little bit. But you got some great veteran players, obviously, that were able to help. You sprinkle in some new players as well. And so you have a good mix of both youth and veterans on this club.
Yeah, that was the key to our success, really, was just the returning players really helping out the new players, and the new players just kind of being sponges and picking up as much stuff as they can and then going out and competing.
And did you, as you got through the conference play before you get into the playoffs, and I know we're going to set up the playoffs here a little bit, but did the team kind of react the way you thought they were, or did they surprise you maybe a little bit this year?
I think everything was kind of what I expected. I knew there was going to be a moment during the season, just with as many young players as we had, that kind of a light bulb moment for them. And, I'm thankful that came pretty early in our conference schedule,
right.
Playing some tough competition, but the response by our team was tremendous. It wasn't stand back and get scared. It was like, okay, I'm going to get to work. I'm going to get after it. And that's what they did. And then they just kept getting better throughout the season.
And what it looked like, too, watching some of those games, the playoff games on the screen and everything else, is there wasn't really an intimidation factor. It looked like the girls were able to go out and just kind of play within, what they're able to accomplish, what they're able to do. The moment wasn't too big, I guess, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I think that's a combination of what I said earlier with just playing a tough conference schedule and also just preparation. I think the better prepared you are, the more confident you feel in yourself in those moments. And our kids that worked hard, and they did a lot of stuff with scouting and making sure they were ready to go when the lights turned on. And I think that's probably a combination of just good preparation and a tough schedule.
Going up into Colorado for the national championship or the World Series, talk a little bit about that. What was the preparation like to get there? And then just talk about how your team performed going through that.
Once you get into the regionals and even the conference tournament really kind of starts it up, you don't really have much time. It's kind of, you play games on the weekend, and then you turn around, you got a couple days to get ready for the next games, and then you get back on the bus and you travel and you go play more games, and you come back home for a day and wash some laundry, and then you get back on the bus and you go. You don't really have time to really do much different. It's kind of a routine at that point.
And it's a fun routine, obviously, when you win the
Yes.
championship. It's fun. Talk about some of the players that just stuck out for you as marching you through to the national championship.
Yeah, I mean, all of our seniors that we had last year did a great job, and we had a lot of upperclassmen also that jumped in and did a great job. Obviously, Kyra and Emily both did a great job pitching for us. All of our seniors did a great job. I mean, not just on the field, but also off the field and behind the scenes. Being a leader is, a lot of times people think that that's like the cool thing, kind of, but
right.
it's a lot of work.
Well, pressure too.
Just like there's so much time that you spend behind the scenes helping make things run smoothly and all that kind of stuff. I think until you are one of those people, you think that it's an easy job maybe, and then once you are that person, you're like, oh man, this is a lot of work.
So now the pressure comes on you, Mike. You're the defending champions, the national champions, and so talk about your club getting ready for this season, and who do you like, who's coming in, and who are some of the new names that we'll see?
Yeah, we have a lot of good kids returning. Yeah, I think that's a good thing for us. Obviously, we lost our 3 seniors, which are going to be really hard. It's the middle of our field, catcher, shortstop, second at base. But we've got a lot of people that have kind of switched into different positions. We got some new good kids that are doing a really good job for us in the fall. Obviously, we got Ruby back in the lineup for hitting. We got Emily and Kyra back on the mound again. So we got a really good core of people that are really going to set the course for us to do really well. But I think our strength this year, again, is just going to be our depth. I think we're going to have a really good pitching staff. We got some really good younger pitchers that are coming in and doing really well this fall. And we've had some younger kids that are coming in and offensively and making some really good plays and some transfers. So I'm excited for our season. Practices are going really well.
You're ready to go.
I'm ready to go already. Yeah.
Well, talk a little bit about that Oklahoma preseason game or this fall league, whatever fall game, whatever you're going to look at. Mm-hmm. It's one of those two where, in my mind anyway, the players get a chance to say, these are Division I players, but we're competing with them. We're step for step with them, and it really has come out well.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing. I think our kids going into that game nervous maybe a little bit, as much as you don't think you would, but just being again on the field of the people you see. I think a few of their comments they weren't as big as I thought they were going to be. They're just normal people, and stuff like that. But at the same time, they were super classy, and they competed hard on the field. They made some great plays for us to see other teams make, and then afterwards, it was just a fun environment.
Well, congratulations, obviously, on winning a national championship
this evening.
And obviously,
and now it's my
pleasure on you as you to introduce softball this season. Everybody will be gunning for you. But I believe what you're saying here is you got a team ready to accept that challenge.
Absolutely, yeah. I think we're looking forward to it. I mean, it's going to be a battle. We just got to keep getting better every day.
All right, Mike Mook, national champions in softball for West Texas A&M. Congratulations on that, and good luck in the 22 season coming up.
Thanks for having us.
We'll take a break, and we'll be back right after this.
We are Carpet Tech, and we are family. More than carpet cleaners, we're a team. Diving right in, not afraid to invest in our work and each other. We're killing it day in and day out, never shrinking from a challenge. Our people are 1 part passion, 1 part grit, and about a zillion parts awesome. And we are always looking to add to our family. So what are you waiting for?
J. Ferg Roofing has been protecting our community for 15 years. With more than 30,000 homes and businesses protected by our roofing work, we're proud of our ability to provide efficient, lasting solutions for your roofing needs. What makes us stand out from the competition is that we work for you, a dedicated team member who guides you every step of the way. That is the J. Ferg advantage. Quality, experience, fast scheduling, customer rewards. We have it all. Call J. Ferg Roofing today for a free inspection. We are J. Ferg Roofing. We are more.
Bud Light, proudly brewed.
A smile is understood in any language. It represents joy, love, and shows you care. At Full Smile Dental, our mission is to build lifelong relationships, 1 smile at a time, by providing accessible, compassionate, quality care with the personal touch of friendship. Come see us at Full Smile Dental, located in Canyon, Amarillo, Dumas, and Dalhart, and ask us about our free Whitening for Life program.
Well, welcome back. Our halftime score here at Buffalo Stadium. The Buffs trail 12-0 to Midwestern State. As we talked about Kent going into this one, Midwestern has everything to gain by winning this one. The Buffs obviously want to stay in the conference race, and in order to do that, you got to put points on the scoreboard, and they've been unable to do that in the first half.
Well, the offense has had trouble sustaining drives. They've made big plays,
yes,
but after a big play, they'll suffer a setback. That's not the way you march downfield. You know, defensively, they're doing well, but, you know, they gave up a big pass there heading into the half, and that led to points. And you get into November and you play the Commerce, you play the Midwestern States, your margin of error is slim.
Yeah, very much so. And, of course, you always know this is a big rivalry game. You can say there are other games that we have that are rivalries, but this is the big one that we've had for the last several years. 126 yards and 34 plays for the Buffs. 225 yards for Midwestern on 43 plays. Their offense hasn't been spectacular. It's been efficient, but they've had two good drives that have made a difference in the game.
Well, they've had two good drives, but they also had a short drive that was aided by a shanked punt, and then they got a safety off of a block. And when you give a good offense, I mean, this is an offense that's averaging 400-some yards a game. When you give them short yardage situations, they capitalize.
We have been able to get the running game going a little bit. Jared Compton, 13 carries, 72 yards so far, about 5.5 yards per average on carry, which is great. But per play, the problem is the Buffs are only averaging about under 3 yards per play.
Jared had over 100 yards last weekend in Kingsville. He's three-quarters of the way there now. You want to see those yards be in the red zone and in the end zone and not between the 20s.
And that's another good point. These are the two best red zone scoring teams in the conference this year. Obviously, Midwestern's been able to take advantage. They've been in red zone twice. They've come away with 2 scores. And so the Buffs have to get the offense going.
Yeah. Buffs have yet to get in the red zone. You could tell Coach Hughes' frustration at all aspects of the game heading in. So be interesting to see coming out of the halftime locker room what changes we might have and how that affects the Buffaloes.
Well, we'll see what the coaches do to make those changes as the Buffs trail here at the half. 12-0. We'll take a timeout and be back with our second half kickoff right after this on the Lone Star Conference Digital Network.
It's got the looks, the style, the performance. Your new car is everything you always dreamed of, and now it's here. First Financial Bank was happy to help put you behind the wheel with a new car loan at a competitive rate and fast, friendly, local approval. It's service that just comes naturally to us, much like a love of tradition comes naturally to you. First Financial Bank, you first. Member FDIC.
When you choose natural gas, chocolate chip cookies get a little tastier. Homes get a little cozier. Bank accounts tend to put on some weight. Towels get fluffier. Showers stay hotter for longer. And our blue planet gets a little greener. When it comes to choosing energy that's clean and efficient, nothing else could be more American. Atmos Energy, your natural gas company.
WT student athletes drink low-fat chocolate milk post-workout because it helps replenish and restore muscles quickly to their peak potential. Scientific studies suggest that the immediate benefits of low-fat chocolate milk include boosted performance, improved training, and higher recovery rates in athletes. Add low-fat chocolate milk to your post-workout routine.
Go Buffs!
This is what a new heart valve looks like. This is what a bypassed artery looks like. And this is what a repaired aortic aneurysm looks like. The BSA Heart and Vascular Team is here to help you live life to the fullest. From our state-of-the-art cardiac technologies to our dedicated heart specialists, our goal is to help you take the very best care of your heart so you can enjoy everything else that matters to you. BSA for life.
Well, welcome back to Buffalo Stadium. The Buffs trail 12-0. And no score in the first quarter, but in the second quarter, it was the Buffs who had a short shank of a punt, as Kent was talking about here in just a moment. And so the Midwestern Mustangs were going on a 3-play drive that covered 43 yards, a 6-yard pass from Cole to Kalen Harrison, and that made it 7-0 in favor of Midwestern. Then at 5:13 mark, the Buffs were back to punt again. So 2 punts led to 2 scores here early in this one, as they had a punt blocked, and by Braden Welsh, it was blocked as he tried to punt it away. Blocked in the end zone. They gave a safety to Midwestern State, even though it went out of bounds. It was blocked into the end zone. So that made it 9-0. And then just before the half, as Midwestern able to go on a 10-play drive, it goes 83 yards, took 57 seconds off the clock. They settled for a 25-yard field goal with 3 seconds left in the first half, and that's where we sit here at the half. Buffs trail this one 12-0 as Midwestern gets set to come and kick this one away to start the second half of play. The wind still blowing out of the south, and so it will be in the face of WT as they go from the north end zone to the south end zone. And so that favors Midwestern as well, and we need to see, Lucas Kinsey, we need to see some offense here generated. So that comes down to what adjustments did the coaches make at the half.
Adjustments from coaching staff and execution. You got to have that execution from the players, and so we are underway. The kickoff, again, a good one. Midwestern State has kept it out of the hands of the return men for West Texas A&M tonight. Anything on that stat sheet stand out to you, Bryce, in particular?
Well, I mean, again, the thing that's tough is we have a good running game going tonight with Jared Compton. He has a nice average overall on his carries, but per play, the Buffs really aren't doing much there on an average per play, and so that's what's made a big difference. You credit Midwestern's defense as they've been able to stymie the offense a little bit, but we need to see the offense get something cranked up here as we start the third quarter.
Compton, the running back, to the left, and he'll get the carry on first down. Good blocking initially, and then the hole was closed up after about a 2 or 3 yard gain. That time, Rigo Carrillo, the senior linebacker, transfer from Fresno City Junior College, able to make the tackle for Midwestern State.
That's one thing you can tell a little bit too. Bill Maskell is, we talk about it being a, veteran coach, Grizzly kind of, old school type of coach, but he's not afraid to use the transfer portal either. He's brought in quite a few Division I players here to help his squad out this year.
Compton will take the ball on second down and gain 1 as Midwestern State closes down quickly again on that play. Give credit to number 36 on the stop, Michael Gardner. Again, the safety linebacker spot. They call it the whip position. He's a transfer from Illinois State, originally from Cedar Hill.
So they take 2 linebackers out. They roll in their dime package, so they have 2 extra defenders for the pass.
On third down and long, Gerber will swing it to Compton, who makes a one-handed grab and just gets back to the line of scrimmage. So we said that the Buffs needed offense, and they go 3 and out on the opening drive of the second half. And now what you got to be careful about for WT is if Midwestern State starts to get this offense going and get some confidence, this is going to go downhill quickly.
Well, and I think they got some confidence right before the half. They had a nice drive. Again, it was a 10-play drive, and it took less than a minute off the clock, and were able to come up with 3 points. It's the punting game right now that we got to be worried about. We got to be able to get this one away, and that's been a struggle a couple of times tonight.
Owens comes up, tries to make the fair catch. His own man ran into him. That should not be a penalty. The Buffs recover it at the 45-yard line. Ayrton Payne is frustrated. They need to talk about this, Bryce, because if we could get a replay on this one, what you're going to see, it's not a WT player that runs into, unless they say that the player right there, Heston Marshall, blocked his man into.
Well, they're talking about it, and they need to, because the one official says from his angle, it looks like it. But
here we go.
As we look at the replay, that's the officials right there right now huddling up to make sure that they get this one correct. And it should be picking up a flag, and it should be a WT football. I saw.
There's no foul on the play.
There we go. No foul on the play. It shouldn't be, because you can see, as you talked about right here, he was blocked into by, or he went into it by his own man. And so the Buffaloes come up with the football, have a great field position. So thankfully here in the second half, the punt team and the punt game comes out to the Buffs' advantage, and they get the football here in Mustang territory at the 44-yard line. I saw Ayrton Payne this morning. I was at my grandson's flag football game. He was out refereeing, and we got a good chance, a nice talk today. And he said, we're going to be ready for this one today. So.
Yeah. Love Ayrton Payne, one of those just old school, old-fashioned, hard-nosed football players. Buffs take advantage after the turnover. Compton runs to the left side and gains about 4 yards. Up near the 40. They mark him down at the 41, right?
He
at the 40
wanted to
yard
step back to the inside that time. He had a running lane, but credit Midwestern player that grabs his jersey and holds him up, won't allow him to do it. But again, it was a nice run off the left side that time.
Buffs get quickly to the line. Compton takes the carry across the left side, spins, stops on a dime, has a big run. And that is a nice play down to the 27-yard line.
Left tackle Parker Hanna leading the way on that one as he opens up a nice running lane as we watch here. Parker with a block turns it to the inside. He's able to get to the outside, and then he continues on to help him block up the field.
Compton takes it quickly over the left side for a good gain. The ball popped free at the end, but the official says he was down after Rigoberto Carrillo makes the stop for the Mustangs. Compton is going to come out and say, I need a breather, coach. He has done a lot of work tonight. Again, Khalil Harris, didn't talk about this much in pregame, Bryce, but right. Khalil Harris, by the way, has nearly 600 rushing yards this season, but he's been out the last 2 games.
Yeah, banged up, and so not dressing for this one tonight. And so it's going to be on Jared Compton. Isaiah Smallwood now.
Smallwood. To the left side, Smallwood at the 5. Touchdown Buffaloes, Stampede, baby.
Again, special teams play sets this one up, and the Buffs are able to take advantage of it as Isaiah Smallwood able to get in the end zone on a nice run off, again, the left side behind Parker Hanna.
22-yard scamper for Isaiah Smallwood, the freshman out of Austin, Texas, with his 3rd rushing touchdown this season. And now Kason Palavoda will come on and attempt the extra point as the crowd ignited. First touchdown scored tonight for WT. Here comes the extra point. And it is good. Palavoda puts it through. So the Mustangs have a special teams miscue. The Buffs capitalize after this run right here. Here's Smallwood.
And again, nice cut to the end.
Yeah, that was
Compton's before that. And then Smallwood on the very next play from the 27-yard line does a nice job to take it the same way, runs it off the left side and takes it in for the score.
All right, we're back right after these messages here on the Lone Star Conference Digital Network.
Choosing the right countertops for your kitchen can be tricky. Nowadays, there are hundreds of colors, patterns, and textures and materials that range from natural to engineered stone. Marble Depot is here for you throughout every step of the process. And yes, we do have a lot of options that might make that decision a little harder, but we're also going to ask the right questions so that you get the most out of your investment. So come by our showroom and let us help create what you've been dreaming of.
Well, welcome back. The Buffaloes able to take advantage of a 4-play, 44-yard drive. Isaiah Smallwood takes that one in from 22 yards out. They say I had it marked at 27, but nevertheless, it's a touchdown. And the Buffs get on the scoreboard. They trail now 12-7. Nice offensive push for the Buffaloes.
There's a kick that is short, will be fielded, fair caught and fielded just short of the 35-yard line. And again, that touchdown starts with the special teams play.
Right.
That's one where your eyes naturally on plays like that say, well, that's interference against the punt return man that's trying to catch it. The problem is on those plays where they're so high and it gets dangerous, the punt return guy that's blocking, the offensive player that's blocking for his return man, sometimes needs to just let that go and get out of the way, because as you're blocking, if you block your man into that return man, it's not a foul.
No, it's not, and that was a good example. Again, we get a touchdown from Isaiah Smallwood.
A carry to the outside going nowhere. Cavender makes a stop back at the 30-yard line, and there's a penalty marker.
That's going to be a holding penalty call as a receiver out was trying to block, open up a running lane, and so that's going to be a holding penalty. The Buffs will probably decline it because that was a 5-yard loss on the stop. And that's what exactly Hunter Hughes is saying. We're going to decline that penalty.
Well, Bryce, we talked about
offense. Number 71, that penalty's declined.
We get holding on number 71, Caleb Gill, the left guard. We talked about J.T. Cavender, 83 tackles this year, leader in the Lone Star Conference, top 15 in the country. He had 10 tackles at halftime.
Yeah, he is basically a little engine that could, and I don't mean that. He's not little. He's a nice-sized guy, but he just keeps chugging away and keeps pushing defensively.
He's a locomotive that could?
Yeah, maybe that's better terminology.
Here's a pass play for Midwestern State. Arm strength from the quarterback to get it outside, and then some shifty moves by the running back Jalen March to gain good yardage.
Boy, I'll tell you what, and again, got a favorable spot. That's 2 yards up from where he was stopped. And so that makes it 3rd down and 7. It should be 3rd down and 9. He was stopped at the 36-yard line, and they mark it up to the 38.
Two great plays for Midwestern State. Two players making a great play, I should say. Dylan Sterling Cole, first of all, to throw it out there, and then Jalen March making tacklers miss, setting up this 3rd down and 7 for Midwestern State. Penalty marker thrown. The pass is dropped. Now, is this offsides?
They're going to call offsides on the Buffaloes because they jumped. And so it looked like to me they jumped, but they didn't cross into the neutral zone, and Midwestern flinched. But they're going to call that as offsides on the Buffaloes.
Offside. Defense, number 40. 5-yard penalty. Replay 3rd down.
It's one of those situations. I hate that you're right, Bryce.
Cole Oster is going to get tagged for it. And basically, again, he just went with a hard count, was able to pull Cole off. It didn't look like he crossed over, and it looked like they had Midwestern flinch, but nevertheless, it's still 3rd down and about 2 now. Changes the play call.
Yep, running back Jalen March easily picks up this 1st down. Cavender with another tackle, but not before March marches down into Buffalo territory, all the way down to the 48-yard line. If Midwestern State, Bryce, this will show a lot of resolve of a team that is going for a championship if they're able to bounce back after WT has kind of captured the momentum here. Mustangs are up by 5, and this is a pretty good answer so far on this drive.
Yeah, it really is. And again, in Buff territory at the 48-yard line, so they've been able to push the offense.
Here's Sterling Cole, pass thrown, good catch. The ball was thrown behind the receiver. The big target out there for Midwestern State, number 11, Sam Hodges, and he just turns back to the inside and makes a great snag.
They're going to get no huddle. They want to try to catch the Buffs off guard.
March takes the carry up the middle. Chris Thomas is in on the stop for the Buffs after a 4-yard gain for Jalen March.
Not much in the running game tonight for Midwestern so far. Their leading rusher is their quarterback, Sterling Cole, who has 4 carries.
Here's a pass down the far sideline, and the receiver got twisted, turned around. The pass was incomplete. Good coverage by Tobias Harris on Sam Hodges.
Again, you're seeing the tempo changes for Midwestern State. They're trying to catch the Buffs either with a defensive shift, or they're just trying to catch them before they can settle in on what they want to do defensively.
So 3rd down and 6. Mustangs leading 12-7, 9:42 still to play in the 3rd quarter. Lucas Kinsey alongside Bryce Sheets. The Thunder Vision crew bringing this one to you tonight here on the LSC Digital Network. They swing it outside of the running back March. Look at his speed as he squeezes down the sideline. He's knocked out of bounds short of the 1st down marker, and is Bill Maskell going to go for it on 4th down and 2?
I would say yes, because this is one of those plays that you only have 2 yards you got to get, and his club's been able to average that offensively with the run game. And so anticipate that they're going to try to go off the left side this time and pick up the first down.
They keep Jalen March in as the running back on 4th down. March, I think, is stopped short. I think where the official is spotting this is going to be Buffs football on a turnover on downs. It was close, Bryce. He made the first defender miss and then just stumbled enough as we look at the replay here.
Yeah, and again, it goes off the right side this time, and there was penetration by the Buffaloes, and so he only got to the 26-yard line.
He got a
needed
yard
to get
and
to
a
the
half.
25, yeah. Needed that other yard to get there, so the Buffs take over.
Can you feel Big Mo starting to shift to the home team?
This is what we need right now. We needed a great stop, which we got. We got a nice offensive surge. The last time we had the football, we need to keep that going.
Compton's back in at running back for the Buffs. And he's going nowhere. Jared going to lose yardage on the first down play there. Nice job by Midwestern State. Connor Jones-Searcy, one of the defensive linemen, making a play there. We have not seen Malik Owens tonight. Talked about him in pregame, number 4. Where's number 4 defensively? They've got other defensive ends that are pretty good as well.
Different guys that step up for sure.
2nd down and 11. Gerber in all kinds of trouble, and he's dumped, sacked again and again. It was pressure from that front forward. Number 95 again, Jones-Searcy.
And they had Max Perez over there at the tight end. He was lined up on the left side, but he just got bowled over as we watched the replay here. He's on the left side, and he just got bowled over. And so Nick Gerber tries to roll to that side, trying to step away from the pressure, but he was just forced down to the turf. There was just nowhere to go, and that makes it 3rd and long for the Buffs.
This has been a struggle tonight, Bryce. The most pressure that we've seen Gerber under all season long.
Yeah, it really has. You got to credit Midwestern with what they're doing defensively, and Coach Renner as well.
It's a draw play to Compton. Stays on his feet, makes a tackler miss at the 20, and then will be run out of bounds well short of the first down. That was 3rd down and 23. Picked up good yardage, but it's 4th down and long, and so the Buffs will have to punt it back to Midwestern State. A nice defensive answer there for the Mustangs.
That's one of the tough things for the Buffs tonight. The most action that we've seen is from the punter, Braden Welch, and really you'd like to see him sit on the sideline a little more than he's been in the ball game tonight. And again, credit Midwestern, again, such a solid defense, and so, you know, they're bending a little bit, but they're not breaking, other than that one scoring drive by the Buffs.
Trey Owens, the redshirt freshman from Aledo, back to receive the punt. And he's going to get a chance. Makes one man miss and is cut down by your guy right there, Ayrton Payne.
I'll tell you what, nice young man. And again, we for whatever reason, he likes the Indianapolis Colts. We had a good conversation about that one today as well.
All right, we'll take a timeout, come back, and it'll be Midwestern State football right after these messages. Buffs trailing 12-7 halfway through the 3rd quarter. We're back right after this.
Welcome to Shimon Dental Group, where every day we're excited to see our patients and treat them like family. We are dedicated to providing you with the highest quality care in a friendly
And welcome back. Here we go.
All right, Midwestern State football. Apologize for that. Thought we had the media timeout. This is a heave down the field and nearly caught, but an easy penalty as they're going to get Gage Smith with all kinds of contact against the receiver that was wide open in the middle, Juwan Mason. So even though it's a penalty, Bryce, that's probably one that's maybe a smart penalty.
It is
that's
a smart
touchdown.
No, you're absolutely right, because Gage got beat, and so what do? You reach back, you grab the guy's jersey, try to hold him up, don't allow him to catch the football. He doesn't. And so you're going to take the penalty. They're going to mark it off, and they'll have the automatic first down. But you'd rather them have it at the 39 than in the end zone.
15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
So that gives the Mustangs the football, a first down, and they spot it inside the 40 at the Buffalo 39-yard line. 7:22 still to play, 3rd quarter.
And so, again, nice penalty. You don't say that too often,
right.
But again, nice penalty.
Yeah, do you want 15 yards or do you want 6 points?
Exactly, for Gage Smith.
Sterling Cole steps up. Throw was on target, and the running back juggled that one, dropped it. Cavante Jackson. Sterling Cole's numbers, 18 of 29 passing, 179, got a touchdown. Important thing for the Mustangs, no interceptions.
No, that's very true. And again, that time a different formation. They had 2 running backs in the backfield with him that time, sent them both in the passing pattern. Nobody was there back to block, and he just took a couple of step drop and then threw it.
So second down for Midwestern State. Again, this team trying to clinch a share of the Lone Star Conference Championship. March bounces it outside. He's got a first down and then some. Carries buff defenders all the way near the 20-yard line. That's a big run. Gain of 18 yards there for Jalen March.
And Ayrton Payne's the one that came up and made the stop playing the safety position. So he came up and had to come over and make the stop.
Hurry up offense for the Mustangs. Play action pass across the middle, incomplete. And a penalty is thrown as 2 players collide together. Ayrton Payne is down in the secondary along with the receiver for Midwestern State, number 85, Emmanuel Lamanza.
And
is it going to be a targeting call?
What he's saying is pass interference. And so that's the penalty he showed right there. They're talking about it. And so, that's the question here as both players collided. And so both were going for the football. Again, they're still having a long discussion about it. So we watch here, back to pass, only a 3-step drop, goes over the middle, and coming across.
Bryce, it's not interference. It's just an incomplete pass.
And really, you look at it, Ayrton was going for the football too. And so really, that's what it looks like.
To me, that's a no call. That is not a good call. If that's, that's tough.
Yeah, and Hunter Hughes is out there. And he's telling the line judge it's not his call. It's the back judge that made that call. And so he's going to go over and check on Ayrton Payne. And
again, let's if we've got that replay, let's go one more time and look at that again, because it's a pass that is not on the mark, Bryce, and there's no contact made before the ball is already squeezed through both players.
Yeah, it really has. It's already slid by. Here's the replay one more time. And you look, and the ball is past the receiver. Ayrton was going for the trying to go for the interception as well.
They're both going for the ball.
They're both going for the ball. That's just a very poor penalty that the back official makes the call, throws a flag on that. And so now they've taken the timeout, obviously, as they continue to take care of the players.
Okay, we're going to take a timeout as they look at the injured players. Score 12-7. Midwestern State leads 6:55 to play third quarter. We're back with more college football right after these messages.
Jenkins Doors and Windows began serving the Texas Panhandle in 1927, and we take pride in being a part of your neighborhood. We don't use false promises or gimmicks. We simply offer quality doors and windows at a fair price, and we stand behind every sale. Jenkins is family-owned and operated, and proudly continues the traditions of quality and excellence that started over 80 years ago. Call us at 372-4336 or stop by our showroom at 820 West 6th and let our knowledgeable staff help you pick out the perfect doors and windows for your home.
All right, they're still checking on the injured player down there for the Buffaloes, Ayrton Payne. And so the score, 12-7, 6:55 to play, third quarter. Midwestern State is going to have a first down after this play. And right now, obviously, the main concern is the injured player. And so that's what the training staff is checking on. As we looked at that replay a couple times, Bryce, and nothing that can be done about it at this point, but that is one.
It's just a poor call. That's really all it is.
Yeah,
just a bad call by the official. And again, 2 players got hurt on the play too, and that's the thing. And so, again, you're just hoping the best for both. 12-7 is our score. 6:55 left to play here in the third quarter, and Midwestern State driving once again. And so what we want to do is take another timeout. We're going to do so here and take a break, and we wait as they continue to administer some aid to players on the field. We're back after this on the Lone Star Conference Digital Network.
For 90 years, the Lone Star Conference has been committed to excellence. What began in 1831 as a 5-team conference has grown to 18 institutions spanning 4 states. And while membership has changed, the pursuit of athletic success and academic excellence has never wavered. 118 national championships, over 2,000 All-Americans, and nearly 300 academic All-Americans. Celebrating 90 years of success, this is the Lone Star Conference.
We are Carpet Tech, and we are family. More than carpet cleaners, we're a team. Diving right in, not afraid to invest in our work and each other. We're killing it day in and day out, never shrinking from a challenge. Our people are 1 part passion, 1 part grit, and about a zillion parts awesome. And we are always looking to add to our family. So what are you waiting for?
J. Ferg Roofing has been protecting our community for 15 years. With more than 30,000 homes and businesses protected by our roofing work, we're proud of our ability to provide efficient, lasting solutions for your roofing needs. What makes us stand out from the competition? That we work for you with dedicated team members who guide you every step of the way. That is the J. Ferg advantage. Quality, experience, fast pass scheduling, customer rewards. We have it all. Call J. Ferg Roofing today for a free inspection. We are J. Ferg Roofing. We are more.
Bud Light, proudly brewed.
A smile is understood in any language. It represents joy, love, and shows you care. At Full Smile Dental, our mission is to build lifelong relationships, 1 smile at a time, by providing accessible, compassionate, quality care with the personal touch of friendship. Come see us at Full Smile Dental, located in Canyon, Amarillo, Dumas, and Dalhart, and ask us about our free Whitening for Life program.
It's got the looks, the style, the performance. Your new car is everything you always dreamed of, and now it's here. First Financial Bank was happy to help put you behind the wheel with a new car loan at a competitive rate and fast, friendly, local approval. It's service that just comes naturally to us, much like a love of tradition comes naturally to you. First Financial Bank, you first. Member FDIC.
When you choose natural gas, chocolate chip cookies get a little tastier. Homes get a little cozier. Bank accounts tend to put on some weight. Towels get fluffier. Showers stay hotter for longer. And our blue planet gets a little greener. When it comes to choosing energy that's clean and efficient, nothing else could be more American. Atmos Energy, your natural gas company.
WT student athletes drink low-fat chocolate milk post-workout because it helps replenish and restore muscles quickly to their peak potential. Scientific studies suggest that the immediate benefits of low-fat chocolate milk include boosted performance, improved training, and higher recovery rates in athletes. Add low-fat chocolate milk to your post-workout routine.
Go Bucks!
Well, this is such a great scene. Midwestern comes over, joins WT players that come up as they get Ayrton onto the cart, and they're going to take him for observation, obviously. Midwestern players come over. They mingle with the WT players. Great show of sportsmanship.
That gives me chills right there,
yeah.
Bryce.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, you're in this game, and you go so hard against each other for for 4 quarters, but this shows a brotherhood in terms of these football players that there is a certain love in a sportsmanship way.
Oh, absolutely.
That you don't ever want to see someone get injured, and so we love to see this again from 2 very classy teams here in the Lone Star Conference. We have some score updates, a couple of scores. Bryce, a final in Odessa tonight. Kingsville defeats UT Permian Basin 29-22. And Angelo State is leading Texas A&M Commerce 27-0.
And the good thing, I'm sorry to interrupt you there, but you got Ayrton showing the thumbs up and waving at his teammates. And so that's such a big thing to see, and that makes everybody feel, they exhale a little bit. And again, as I told you today, I got a chance to visit with him for a while this morning. And it's just such a pleasant young man, and he's done so much for this program. That's why you see this outpouring of support from his teammates.
Yeah, he's a high-character kid. He is a player that, again, what do they list Ayrton as? 5'8", 180 pounds, and he is all heart.
Yes.
Just such a tough player.
And just to show you just a little bit of that at the ball game today, and again, this is my grandson's little, 6-year-old guys playing flag football. He is so positive with all the players and talking to them and everything else. It was just incredible to watch him today.
They're going to wait till after this play.
All right, here we go.
All right, Midwestern State going to fake it to March. The quarterback will keep it, Sterling Cole, and he stopped right at the 2-yard line. And in just a little bit, we're going to go down to Kent Johnson. Let's see if we can.
That's all right. Here's an update on Ayrton Payne, who we just saw taken off the field, and it is a positive. He had full movement in his extremities. He was complaining of some mid-level back pain, so that's the reason for the precaution. They removed the helmet. If there was any kind of spinal injury, that would not have happened. They're going to take him to the hospital to do some x-rays just to confirm that everything's good, but he has full movement. We're hoping for the best. Back upstairs.
All right, Sterling Cole reaches across. This is a big call here. The Buffs come out with the football.
Yeah, there we go.
And he did not score. WT gets a turnover before the ball was reached across the plane, and so it's a turnover. West Texas A&M will get the football on the 1-yard line. What an incredible play.
Yeah, great play defensively for the Buffs as they come up. He tries to go in on the left side that time, and again, as he goes in, he is going to be popped. Boom, and Cavender comes up and knocks the football free and comes up with the football. So nice job by the Buffaloes. Now let's see what we have offensively here, because we understand too. Let's see who our quarterback's going to be, because Nick Gerber, we understand when and here's the Buffs lining up and going quickly.
Yeah, Gerber's going to just go under center and try to push forward. He actually squeezes outside, and it was Jordan Johnson that had come in, and that's a smart decision there to let Jordan go under center with 250 pounds at the quarterback spot in that particular play. Give you a little bit of real estate.
The reason why I said Nick Gerber went into the tent as he came off the field last time after the last series, but he is back out there. And so he lined up as a receiver that time, and Jordan Johnson took it. The Buffs are disagreeing with a spot on where it is.
It looks like he got closer to the 3-yard line.
Yes, yeah.
So it is second down. Well, basically, they gave him just the original line of scrimmage. It's second down and 10, no gain. Gerber out of the shotgun will throw. Catch made by Bogardus, and then he is wrapped up fighting for extra yardage. Manages to get to the 10-yard line. Short of the first down, but now they can do a lot of things here with 3rd down and 2.
And so, yeah, you only have to get to the 11 in order to get the first down. And so let's see what they do. They go quick huddle.
And Johnson goes under center again, and Midwestern State comes across. And I think that's going to be offsides against the Mustangs. So
offside. Defense, number 94, with contact.
So it gives them an automatic first down. They mark off the penalty, and the Buffs will get an automatic first down here. And so I think you kind of know, the officials know that one interference call was a terrible one where Ayrton got hurt. And so that's got to be interference. I was going to say, my land.
You had Bogardus that was trying to get free across the middle, and just a little bit of the jersey tug there from Khalil Finley.
And it's the same thing. Finley does the exact same thing. He was beat on the play, so he grabs the jersey to prevent Bogardus getting free and taking off toward the end zone. So again, it's a good play defensively.
It's almost like a play in basketball where you see the player that fouls, they raise their hand, right?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
I did it.
Automatic first down.
Here's another look at that one.
And there he got beat on the inside that time. And so he just grabs the jersey, pulls back. And again, he was the only defender there. And so that's what he has to do to prevent him from getting free and still running toward the end zone.
It's a 5-point game here, the Buffs with the football, but they still have it on their own 28-yard line. First down. Compton takes the carry, and that's a big defensive play for Midwestern State. Just doing his job, sliding down the line was number 91, Kirkendall.
Yeah, Kirkendall comes up because there was an opening for a second, and that's where Jared was going with the football. But just as he got there, so too did Kirkendall, was able to wrap him up for the stop, and actually a 2-yard loss.
So second down and 12. Compton. A little bit there.
Almost broke free. Had that shoestring, and he was holding on to it and was able to make the stop coming up to make the tackle that time for Midwestern State was Jalen Abdul Kareem. And so the left end able to grab his foot and not let go.
Midwestern State, they'll bring the linebackers again on third down. Gerber throws it. Regardless goes up and makes the grab, and that's a first down. Credit Gerber there. Obviously a great catch from Regardless, but Gerber stood in there, took the hit, and delivered the pass.
And it was a nice soft pass. And they allowed Noah to come up and grab it and then turn it upfield for a first down.
On first down, Gerber throws this one complete to Olison, who's able to get yardage to the 40-yard line of Mustang territory. So all of a sudden, things starting to click, Bryce, for this offense, in particular in the passing game.
Well, and Hunter Hughes is beside himself because he's telling the line judge he grabbed his face mask and was pulling him down, and he didn't throw a flag on it. He's still arguing with the officials on that.
Three receivers split out to the far side. Here's a pass. Good catch by Olison on the run at the 35. And then he steps out of bounds. That was a snag because that ball right there, we just finished up the World Series last week, right?
Look, a curveball going away from the receiver.
A curveball with some heat.
Yeah. And so he goes and reaches and has to extend the arms to pull it in. Nice catch.
Were you okay with the outcome of the World Series, by the way, Bryce?
I mean, I like Houston, and so, but I was okay. I like Atlanta too. So
I was a Braves fan as a kid.
Yeah, so I was good with that.
Second down and short. Compton breaks free. Compton at the 10. Jared Compton with a run all the way down to the 8-yard line. 25 yards. And my man, Jay Compton.
That's just a great run off the right side.
Here's another look.
That time. He takes again off the right side and then goes up and picks up that first down.
He'll give it to Compton again. And he's able to get yardage to the 4. This is the best drive that the Buffs have had all night long. And, you know, you go back and you think about, for West Texas A&M, getting just that ignition that they needed. And really almost right now, Bryce, seemed like they are playing for their injured teammate, Ayrton Payne.
They are indeed. There's a move now. There's a move at both sides. And unfortunately, Parker Hanna is going to be called for a procedure penalty. He moved when he saw a defender coming across. The officials are going to talk about it. And so you would like to say that it was a defense offside, but I think that they're going to call that on Parker Hanna.
False start, offense, number 55. 5-yard penalty from the previous spot. Second down.
There was movement. And that's why people are upset. There was movement on the line that time from Midwestern State, but nobody made contact. And Parker just flinched. He saw it out of the corner of his eye, and he flinched. And so, because he thought the person had come across. And so, I think that's why they called that.
Under 2 minutes to play, third quarter. Buffs trail 12-7. Jordan Johnson trying to change that. Runs through one defender, gets yardage to the 6, so a 3-yard pickup there. And here's a key, obviously a key third down.
Yeah, absolutely.
What can you do in the play action game? Is there a receiver that you can go to? Because I get the idea, Bryce, that Midwestern is not going to allow a running play here 6 yards out to go into the end zone.
No, and that's the thing where that penalty came into play, because it pushed us back, and so you don't expect that Jordan's going to catch this one and take it in.
They send Hunter Kaufman in motion. Gerber will roll to the right. And Gerber has an open lane. Nick Gerber is in. What a run. Touchdown, Buffaloes. They take the lead. And that right there is a great play by a leader on this team. The quarterback, Gerber, sees that the receiver was not open. Midwestern State forgot about number 15, and he's a pretty good runner.
Yeah, and again, he had a nice read that time, because he had a receiver that he was trying to feed it to, but as the receiver kind of curled into the end zone, then it looks like the Buffs are going to go for 2.
They are. Yeah, they lead by 1. First lead of the night for WT. And they lead 13-12, so they'll try to make it a 3-point deficit. Hunter Hughes, that's speaking of running. There's a running head coach right there down the sideline, because he did not like the formation that WT had. Here's a replay. Look at this score from Nick Gerber.
And again, you see the receiver count in the backfield. He looks, and then he just turns it upfield, and then ping pong, or maybe more of, kind of ping pongs his way into it.
Yeah.
Got hit around like a what am I trying to say?
Pinball.
That's what I was looking for, the pinball machine. And he just kind of took it and got pinballed into the end zone. So it gives the Buffs the lead 13-12 with 59 seconds left to play here in the third quarter.
Bryce, going back to the score updates from the 2 of those Lone Star Conference games, are you surprised with these scores? Kingsville goes on the road and wins 29-22. That's a big win for Kingsville.
Big win, yeah, absolutely.
The other one, Angelo State shutting out Commerce 27-0.
And that is a bit of a big surprise. And again, it's one of those 2 where Angelo, of course, as we talked about, number 5 in the playoff chase. So they're the number 5 team. They're trying to protect that, so they are one of the top 7 to get in.
All right, the Buffs have Jordan Johnson in as the running back for this 2-point conversion play. So important here. The Buffs lead by 1. They could stretch it to 3. Big difference there, because Midwestern State does have a very good field goal kicker. Gerber's going to pass on the outside. Easy money to Hunter Kaufman for the 2-point conversion.
Had 2 receivers out on the left side that time, the far side of the field, and so they just cross, and they're able to get Hunter as he goes up and curls out. The other receiver comes across and is able, as we watch right here, again, you can see them cross, and so Hunter is able to pull that one in and gets that in for a 2-point conversion. And so the Buffs lead this one 15-12. We'll take a timeout. We'll do so. Come back for the kickoff after this on the Lone Star Conference Digital Network.
This is what a new heart valve looks like. This is what a bypassed artery looks like. And this is what a repaired aortic aneurysm looks like. The BSA Heart and Vascular Team is here to help you live life to the fullest. From our state-of-the-art cardiac technologies to our dedicated heart specialists, our goal is to help you take the very best care of your heart so you can enjoy everything else that matters to you. BSA for life.
Well, welcome back to Buffalo Stadium as the Buffs take the lead 15-12 over Midwestern State, their first lead of the ball game. And again, it's all been here in the second half as the Buffs, with 11:49 left to play in the quarter, score a 27-yard run by Isaiah Smallwood to make it 7-0. And then now Nick Gerber goes in from 10 yards out. The try for 2 is a pass that is caught by Hunter Kaufman and puts the Buffs up by 3 by the count of 15-12. And it was interesting during the timeout for the extra point try. Hunter was getting his, $5 worth on the referee, and he was pointing back to the other end of the field. And what he was talking about, I think, was still that play, the penalty that was called that gave Midwestern such great field position. And the Buffs again able to turn a turnover and they got it at the 2-yard line and go on a 98-yard drive and able to get in the end zone.
Coaches sometimes Bryce can struggle with just let it go, right? Just let it go. Buffaloes have that 3-point lead and will kick off to some dangerous return men for Midwestern State. Don't think the Mustangs are out of this one. Fair catch signal made, and the catch at the 25-yard line for Midwestern State. And again, if you're the Mustangs, you're thinking we're missing opportunities. I mean, they're knocking on the door, ball right at the goal line.
Yes.
Give credit to J.T. Cavender, who's having a phenomenal game again. He makes a great play with the hit, forces the fumble, and recovers it. But Midwestern State is a couple of plays away from this game being different.
It is, because they were driving at the end of the half. They had a 10-play drive. They got down to, obviously got into the end, or got close to the end zone. They were down within the 10-yard line, and then they couldn't complete a pass to get a touchdown, so they had to settle for a field goal. That's where they got the 12th point. And then again, same thing, driving as you just talked about, and credit JT coming up and making that defensive recovery.
Well, here's Sterling Cole. Nobody open initially, and so he does a smart thing there and just throws it out of bounds.
He's looking back at the official. He thought he should get a flag for a roughing penalty, but again, he rolls way out of the pocket and just launches it. And so, again, contact was made as he released the football.
And this is, a situation where, Bryce, you talk about Midwestern State having a little bit more to play for in terms of a championship and playoff aspirations.
Right.
And the pressure starts mounting just a little bit with 51 seconds left in the third quarter. And off over the left side. And the running backs hit hard, dumped for a big loss. Cole Ulster and also Xavier Rivera there in the face of the running back, throwing him back for a 2-yard loss.
They only gave him a 2-yard loss on it, but nevertheless, good push by the guys up front to push him back, fill the hole, and make a stop. And you said, the Midwestern, obviously, they're seeded 4th in the region. Angelo State's seeded 5th. Angelo State right now is winning in their game against Commerce, and so that would be a flip here if WT comes away with a win.
Big third down play for the Mustangs. The pass thrown, high in the air, caught, but short of the first down by about 4 yards. It's a great catch on the outside by Kylan Harrison. He is a talented receiver.
He really is. He's got length, and he really goes up and has good hands to pull the football in. So they bring their punt team out on a 4th down and 4 here just before, and that's the end of the quarter. And so that will end this quarter.
What a third quarter.
Nice quarter for the Buffaloes. As they lead at 15-12, we'll take a timeout. Be back for the 4th quarter after this timeout on the Lone Star Conference Digital Network. Great third quarter for the Buffaloes as they lead this one 15-12. All their scoring came in the third quarter. Coach Hughes talked about going in the locker room. Our offense has got to get on track. Well, they have here in the third quarter and able to take the lead 15-12. Credit our defense too. They've played well throughout this ball game. And here's the jump around theme. That's got everybody jumping around on both sides of the field.
This is too much fun here. Yeah, you're right. Midwestern State says, we like this song too.
Yeah.
And this is exactly what we had hoped for. I mean, you're going into the 4th quarter. It's a 3-point game. This is why we love college football right here.
Absolutely. And the nice thing about it for the Buffaloes is they get the football to start the 4th quarter. And again, you got to be on guard, make sure they punt this one away. But we have the wind at our back in this one. And so we got Tobias Harris back deep. And he has been chomping at the bit all season long to get a good return.
All right, punt coming here for Midwestern State. See if the Buffs bring pressure. They will. And there's a penalty marker that is thrown. This is going to be very interesting, Bryce, on this penalty. This could go against WT because initially what I saw was a WT player
launch,
jump over a blocker, and this could come back to hurt the Buffs. It was Eric Goodman, the freshman, that was trying to make a play. Let's see what the referee says.
There is no foul for leaping. The player leaped into the gap. No foul.
Oh.
That was a good discussion between those two officials, because that's what they did. They threw a flag because he did leap, like you said, left his feet, and the officials get together and they say he leaped into the gap. It wasn't leaping over somebody. He leaped into the gap, and so that's why there's no penalty. So good break for the Buffaloes. Best field position we've had in some time, as we have it at the Midwestern 41-yard line, or excuse me, at the 36-yard line.
What a game,
man.
And it really changed. WT, they were just being patient, Bryce. Just waiting for that third quarter. Buffs lead 15-12. Here's Compton following blockers on the left side, and he's speaking of patient running there up to the 40.
And that's really a big run right there, a 5-yard run that didn't look like it was going to develop anything, but you're right. He was patiently waiting, had some great blocks up the field. Jacob Lott opening up a hole there for him to run behind, and so too Parker Hanna, and so he's just taking advantage of what the offensive line is giving him and is able to pick up 5 yards on that run.
Gerber in trouble and taken down again. That has been.
That's a good defensive stop by Jalen Abdul-Kareem as he comes up. Nick felt the pressure and tried to sidestep it, but again, credit Abdul-Kareem as he comes up and swipes at his ankle and is able to trip him up right there.
That is the 5th sack by the Mustangs tonight.
By the way, Compton, 24 rushes, 135 yards tonight.
Okay. Coach Hughes said he's going to be the feature back. He has been excellent tonight for West Texas A&M. The Lubbock Coronado Mustang product. Gerber steps up, throws it, dropped. That was just about a house call for Justin Guillory, the linebacker, and he dropped it. It's still going to be 4th down punting time for WT, but this is one that
we're lucky.
Nick Gerber says
we're lucky. Yeah.
Thank you for not securing that interception. He was wanting to go to Bogardus, and the linebacker read it the whole time.
Well, the linebacker read it, and he also had a defensive back ready to light him up too as well. And so, again, just thankful that the guy dropped the football.
The punt from Welch is high and will be fair caught at the 24-yard line.
And that was a late fair catch signal there. Again, nice high punt. And so late fair catch, the Buffs were down there to clean things up, but got the hand up in the air just at the very last second.
So Bryce, Midwestern State offensively, they've looked off. I mean, really, for most of the second half.
They had 225 yards in that first half. Again, as Ken Johnson talked about, they average 400-plus yards offensively per ball game right now, sitting at 286. And so the Buff defense has really played well here in this second half.
There's a running play to the outside. Good blocking by the wide receivers to spring number 25, Trenton Kennedy, for a nice gain of about 6 yards there on the run. And that's what Midwestern State has to do. They have to add that balance in. They've passed for unofficially close to 200 yards. The rushing yards are now right up at 100 yards or close to that as our stats catch up here.
One receiver way out. They're coming over the near side.
They swing it to the running back Kennedy, and he gains just a couple. It's going to set up 3rd down and 2. Pursuit by that Buff defense, which has been very good tonight, again, against a team that you look back and Midwestern State put 31 points up against Commerce, 35 points up against Angelo State. Tonight, just 12.
Yeah, credit the defense. We talked about that this week on the coaches show, how well the defense has been playing the last several weeks.
Kennedy will stay in at running back. 3rd and short, get the carry, and Kennedy's going backwards, and there's Eric Collins that comes through, and officially now we can say Eric, after that tackle there, is in 3rd place all times on the tackles list. Sorry, Carter James, we love you. But here's the play from Eric Collins.
Yeah, nice play there as he wraps him up and takes him back for a loss. And so that'll bring up 4th down and about 4.5.
Over 300 career tackles, 308 now for Eric Collins as a Buffalo. Tobias Harris, he's back to receive the punt. Low, wobbly punt that Harris, he really wanted that ball.
He wants to grab it and go, but smart play there is just let it roll. Let your offense come out and try to take some time off this clock. 11:35 left to play here in the ball game. The Buffs lead this one 15-12 as the offense makes their way out. And again, nice job defensively by WT.
Yeah, and right now, so 11:35 still to play. You would like, if you're WT, to work some clock.
Yes.
Get to Midwestern State right now, very still in this game, very close with just a 3-point deficit. A little more pressure on the Mustangs if the Buffs could get another score. Compton takes the carry. A big hole opens up across the middle. And this running game now, halfway through the 3rd quarter and into this 4th quarter, really looks solid.
Well, and again, averaging about 5.5 yards per carry, and that's what you need right now. You just want to hand the ball off to your running back, chew some clock, run some play clock down, and let him pick up the first downs.
They gave him 5 on 2nd down and 5. Compton runs hard. And a little extra business there at the end of that one. He's going to be stopped 1 yard short of the first down. Tackle made for Midwestern State by number 32. Matthew Roach, one of the defensive linemen.
Well, there's a late, I know the fans want a late hit. He really lost his footing and fell on him is really what happened. And so that's why the officials didn't throw a flag on that. It wasn't necessarily an intentional late hit. It was just he was caught in the motion and his body took him to the turf.
3rd down and 1, so that means Jordan Johnson is in at running back. Midwestern State, 7 players up in the box. Johnson is going to be stopped. And what happened on that play right there is Midwestern State had such a good push. They actually pushed Jeremy Carnbay back into
he was
Johnson.
The tight end trying to be the lead blocker, and he got thrown back. And so that'll bring up 4th down and 3 for the Buffaloes. And so,
yeah, too much penetration.
Nice.
And that's one look. They're all stacked in the box.
Right.
Would have loved it gone with something
outside.
outside.
To the outside, absolutely. No, absolutely.
So punt time again for the Buffs.
Oh, and a good one.
Yep, high punt that is fielded. Oh, fair caught. Fair caught at the 30-yard line. Thought Owens was going to try to get a return on that one. We will have a media timeout. 9:40 to play. Close one here in Canyon, Texas. Right now the Buffs lead 15-12 over Midwestern State. Don't go anywhere. We're back with more football on the Lone Star Conference Digital Network right after this.
Well, WT with 9:40 left to play in the ball game with a 15-12 lead. Didn't get the lead till the 3rd quarter, late in the 3rd quarter. They were able to take advantage on a 27-yard run by Isaiah Smallwood, and then Nick Gerber able to take it in on a run of his own as well. And so that has been the difference for WT. They went for 2. Hunter Kaufman able to catch the 2-point conversion, and that's where we lead this one 15-12. As we have 9 minutes, 40 seconds left to play in the ball game. And your question to me during the commercial break was, how long can our defense hold this one up? And they've got to do at least a couple more series is what we need. And so, you would have liked to have a longer drive that last time just to give them a break on the sideline, take some more time off the clock.
And really for Midwestern State, you wonder as a Mustang fan, when is our offense going to put something together? It's a team that, they're accustomed to seeing, of course, last week against Western New Mexico, 52 points.
Yes.
They've not been able to break free especially in this second half.
You would think, too, that Morning we go out now would probably dial up some big pass plays for these talented wide receivers.
Here's Sterling Cole. And slides to the left, completes the pass. Eric Collins right there to wrap up the running back Jalen March for no gain.
Jalen Hill's putting pressure on the quarterback, and so again, he had time to survey. He had 2 or 3 targets that he took a look at, but again, credit the secondary as they stay step for step with the receivers, so he has to go to his relief, and that's the running back. And again, nice stop by Eric Collins.
It just seems for Midwestern State, it's been a long time since they've had a big play down the field. Sterling Cole will run and fall forward, gains about 7 yards. It sets up a 3rd down and 3. Good pursuit by that WT defensive line, the X-Man in there.
Yeah, and also coming out to help defensively on that, coming up to make a stop, Michael Smith. As again, one of those young freshmen coming up and is able to trip up the quarterback and force a 3rd down.
Give him 6 and we get 3rd down and 4 for Dylan Sterling Cole, the senior from Orange, Texas. His team perfect in conference play to this point, playing for a conference championship, and they trail by a field goal. Nobody's open, and then the pass thrown behind the receiver. Maybe he took his eye off of it. Juwan Mason drops the ball.
Well, again, I'll go back to what we talked about earlier, too. The quarterback, if you can keep him in the pocket, which the Buffs are able to do, they went on a delayed blitz that time. So a linebacker comes late, and so in doing so, then that gets his feet get a little antsy, and he fires a shot over at his intended target and just missed him badly, throwing it behind him. So good 3 and out for the Buffs if they indeed punt this one away.
These punters have gotten a workout tonight.
They have.
Fernando Piedra.
Bobbles
He did, and thankfully the Buffs did not have a strong rush on that time on that punt block. So he had enough time to gather the ball and still get a good kick away as Harris makes the fair catch at the 27-yard line. 8:09 to play, 15-12. These teams, the offenses have stalled.
Yes.
The punters just keep kicking it back and forth, and the score still stands at 15-12 WT.
And really the defenses of both teams have played well so far tonight, and the Buffs defense has played extremely well. And this is where right now you'd like to see a good 4 or 5 minute drive by the offense.
Yeah, and this is a play too. 4th quarter, late in the game, playmakers come up big in these situations. Who's going to do it? Gerber across the middle, and it was nearly intercepted. That one, the corner had a beat on the ball for Midwestern State. Dylan Davis was seeing what he felt like was his 5th interception on the year.
Yeah, and again, the 2 defenders run into each other as they go over the middle. They both crash into each other right there. Thankfully for the Buffaloes, that brings up 2nd down and 10.
It was Michael Gardner, the other defensive back, that runs into his own teammate. Gerber keeps it, faked everyone out, and look at Nick Gerber. Stumbles as he crosses into Mustang territory to the 42-yard line, and that is an incredible fake.
Well, it's a great read by Nick because he has the option on RPO whether to hand off or keep it or throw it, and he keeps it himself because he sees all pursuing toward Jordan Compton, and so he takes off, picks up the big 1st down.
This time they will give it to Compton. And he runs forward to the 39, give him 3 yards on that play.
More importantly, keeps the clock running as you keep it on the ground. Buffs are going to take their time. Need to take plenty of clock on the play clock. Run it down as much as you possibly can. He's telling everybody relax a little bit. Play clock's down to 21. Shouts out a signal to Cornbay.
Compton runs to the left side, spins, runs hard, has a 1st down to the 30. And it's the thing that with Jared Compton, he's not a overly large running back, Bryce. He's 5'10", 185. But he runs so hard, and I think it's surprising to defenders when they run up there and take him head on.
And the thing about it, his dad is such a big guy. His dad, J.R. Compton, who was a running back here at WT, he's a big guy, 6'2", and I think during his playing days around 240, had great speed, but much bigger than what Jared is. And Jared is shifty, and he really has such good speed. This kind of confuses defenses sometimes how fast he is.
1st and 10 Buffs. They lead by a field goal. They're looking for more. Compton is thrown backwards. That was a big defensive play there for the Mustangs. Thrown for a loss of 1.
We're going to give him a breather and bring Isaiah Smallwood in. As Jared kind of comes over stumbling a little bit. I think he might have tweaked an ankle a little bit. Now he says it's okay. Just needed a breather.
Brings up 2nd and 11.
Keep the clock running. 2nd down and 11 for the Buffs.
Carnbay's the tight end, set just off the left from Parker Hanna. And they'll keep it on the ground. Smallwood runs up the middle. Runs into Rigo Carrillo.
Well, and obviously right now for Midwestern, the clock becomes an issue as they still have their full complements of timeouts, but the clock continues to run down to the 5:30 mark.
Yeah, this is the biggest play of the game right now for Midwestern State at 3rd down and 9. They need to get their defense off the field. Plenty of time on the play clock.
Letting the play clock run down. Changing the play at the line of scrimmage.
Gerber looked left. Now he'll run. Shakes the first defender. Gerber sprinting toward the 20-yard line. Dives forward. He's got the first down. Number 15. Putting the team on his shoulders.
And again, that was just a great heady play by Nick Gerber. He wanted to throw a pass. He looked at everybody that was in the pattern, was covered, and then he saw an opening because we watch here on the replay. And again, Nick does a nice job. He kind of steps to his left a little bit and then sees pressure and decides to slide out and miss. Has one tackler miss, has another one miss, and then knew where he needed to get the first down. Did a nice job.
You know, you're wondering who's the spy, right? Well, it was Rigo Carrillo. Yeah. That was his job. He came up and just did not break down and make that tackle. Gerber makes the Mustangs pay. It's 1st and 10 at the Mustang 18-yard line. Gerber will run it again. Big hole opens up, and Gerber falls forward.
He got pushed forward.
He did.
A defender from Midwestern kind of launched him.
Did you call lucky bounce?
Yeah, I think so. Back to that pinball stage that we were talking about earlier. Picks up 7 on that run, and more importantly, keeps the clock running.
This is really unbelievable when you think about the first half. 12-0. Midwestern State led at halftime. Buffs offensively at that point, Bryce, after 2 quarters.
126 yards.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they have really
15 right now.
Really done a great job in the second half. 2nd down. Johnson up the middle, pushes the pile forward.
Picks up the first down.
Another first down. It'll be 1st and goal with 3:37, and now.
This is when, if you're Bill Maskell, you got to figure out, when do I take my timeouts here? Again, with the Buffs leading 15-12, you can afford for WT to kick a field goal. You really can't afford for them to get in the end zone.
No, touchdown, and this one is almost game over for Midwestern State.
16 seconds on the play clock, so they can snap this one with just about a little over 3 minutes left to play.
And what a good job this Buff offensive line has done in the second half as well. 2 tight ends in right now. Johnson hit in the backfield and then is able to get back to the original line of scrimmage. Yeah.
Powers way forward, picks up a couple of more.
Alex Alvarado, 6'2", 280-pound senior from Fort Worth.
Double tight end set. Max Perez, Jeremy Cornbay are out there.
It's like with this set right here, Bryce, they would not be able to take the elevator.
No, not with us. Not with me. You, maybe, but not with me. So you're absolutely right.
Says those kind of comments that you can say on a football broadcast, you're okay. 2nd down and 8. Second and goal from the 8. They fake it to Johnson. Throw is intercepted. Intercepted. What a play for Midwestern State. Carnbay was open, but it was an incredible defensive play.
And that was just a great read. That was a better defensive play than it was an offensive play with 2:19 left to play. And now you're putting the Buff defense because Midwestern will have to do a hurry up here. But yeah,
that was Lance Hardman, the rover, Bryce. He's the senior from Hallsville, Texas.
And that's why they call him a rover, because that's what they do. They're watching the quarterback, and he saw where he was going with the football and goes to the spot, and they will come up with the interception.
What a play. Midwestern State still has a lot of work to do. They have all 3 timeouts left. They trail 15-12. Ball placed on the Mustang 3-yard line, but Lance Hardman has given his team at least an opportunity. Here's the replay.
Yeah, you can see he steps right into it. And again, it was a good look for Nick.
On first down, pass play to the outside, caught. That's Kylan Harrison. It's going to be a first down for the Mustangs all the way up to the 19-yard line. That's a good 16-yard play pickup.
So we can play off, but we don't want to play too far off, because every time they get a first down, it stops the clock. And so
now they wind the clock again, 2:05. Sterling Cole rolls to the right, throws on the run. Catch made, short gain. Well, gaining about 5 yards to the 25. For number 83, Jaden Moore, freshman from Waxahachie, made his first catch last week, and it was an 85-yard touchdown.
Well, that one, it was good to see him back in. He went off hobbling a while ago and was able to make his way back into this one. And so, flipping from the left side to the right side. They got 2 wideouts on either side right now. And of course, their lone running back is Jackson.
And they can take their time because the receiver got out of bounds. So the clock is stopped, 1:56 to play. Mustangs trail by a field goal. Pressure from WT. Throw is caught. What a catch in traffic. And that was the running back, Bryce, Cavante Jackson, that made that one in between 2 Buff linebackers.
That's exactly. 2. Eric Collins is there. JT Cavender's up there as well. And they both converge but can't get there in time.
They work quickly, the Mustangs do. Across the middle, juggled and caught. Spinning off tacklers. What an effort by number 13, Camden Robertson. He gets the football all the way down to the 48-yard line, 1:37 to play. And Midwestern State moving down the field. They'll go on the ground this time.
Nice
short
stop
yardage.
by JT Cavender that time. So they got 2. So he's able to wrap him up. Right in midfield.
And again, when do you start taking these timeouts?
Right.
Bill Maskell's got 3 of them at his disposal. Crowd making noise on second down and long. Pass thrown behind the intended receiver, and that will be third down and long coming up for Midwestern State.
And again, I'll go back to what I said earlier, too. Keep the quarterback in the box. Don't let him try to slide left or right. He gets happy feet, and his passes aren't very accurate, which brings up a third down. They got to get to the 42-yard line.
Crowd getting into this one now. With 1 minute and 9 seconds to play in the ballgame. WT leading 15-12. Sterling Cole. 3 seconds on the play clock. Looking left, throwing and nearly intercepted. Tobias Harris nearly put this game away. The receiver fell down. It was Jaden Moore that was the intended receiver. He slipped and fell.
Great pressure put on the quarterback that time. Coming up, Eric Goodman able to put pressure on the quarterback, and so he had to maybe throw it a second earlier. As the players getting the crowd involved in this one.
I think, Bryce, you got Kylan Harrison over here on the near side, number 17. It's 4th down and 8. If you're Midwestern State, you got to find a way to go to number 17.
Ty Dillon on him, so this is going to be the matchup.
Sterling Cole steps up, being chased, throws on the run, and it's caught. It's a first down, Midwestern State. Great catch by Jawan Mason. What a play.
Yeah, the question was, I was watching to see where he threw the football from. Had he crossed the line, he had not, and now timeout taken.
Head coach Bill Maskell calls for a timeout. We'll take one as well. Don't go anywhere. 59 seconds left in this one as they start up Van Halen. We're back right after this. Buffs lead by 3 on the Lone Star Conference Digital Network.
For 90 years, the Lone Star Conference has been committed to excellence. What began in 1931 as a 5-team conference has grown to 18 institutions spanning 4 states. And while membership has changed, the pursuit of athletic success and academic excellence has never wavered. 119 national championships, over 2,000 All-Americans, and nearly 300 academic All-Americans. Celebrating 90 years of success, this is the Lone Star Conference.
Well, welcome back to Buffalo Stadium. We have 59.3 seconds left to play in the ball game. Midwestern State completes a first down as they get it across the 40. And so they have 2 timeouts left in the ball game. And again, the Buffs has kind of been allowing them to maneuver up the field a little bit, but now this is where you think the defense tightens up just a little bit. So
that was the first catch of the game tonight for Jawan Mason. How about that one?
Yeah.
Right when they needed it most. 4th down. Again, it was 4th and 8. Sterling Cole.
25 of 41, 242 yards in the ball game. Nick Gerber, 9 of 19. Not a lot of passing, 79 for him. And then that one interception, that's the one. And he'll see it in sleep. And again, it was a good look. And just a better defensive play.
It was.
Sometimes you just got to give credit to the defense.
And I think he wanted to throw it higher.
Yeah.
But was rushed. And it was a good play defensively by Lance Hardman. So back to the action on the field, first down. Midwestern State, they place the ball on the 36-yard line in Buffalo territory. They send the running back out into the slot. Sterling Cole across the middle, incomplete. That's one the receiver had. Should have caught through the hands of Jaden Moore. He's a little frustrated. That did have some zip on it, but if Moore holds on, that's right where the first down stick was.
55 seconds left to play in the ball game. Buffs lead at 15-12.
Yeah, he put some zip on that one. Just through the receiver's hands.
Midwestern driving, trying to either get a go-ahead score, or if nothing else, get a field goal out of this to tie things up.
Again, empty backfield. Buffs keep the linebackers back. Sterling Cole gets rid of it, and it's incomplete again. Another drop. This time through the hands of Camden Robertson.
Great pressure applied by the Buffs. And actually, Cole had time to kind of slide to his left, and so he had time to survey. But then at the last second, a Buffalo player comes around on the backside and is able to make put pressure on him and force him to get rid of the football.
Crowd cheering. 48 seconds to play. Sterling Cole keeps the running back in, slips, falls, and is taken down. Big loss on the play back to the 41-yard line.
So that's a third down play. Now, why did the officials stop?
The quick timeout.
Oh, okay. I was going to say.
Quick timeout.
I was going to say. I was trying to think they didn't have, but they do have.
Here's the replay on it. It was Jalen Hill.
Yeah, and he stumbles right there and then able to come up and make the stop. And so that brings up a 4th down and long for Midwestern State.
They converted the last time on 4th and 8.
They sure did.
But this time they're going to run out of time if they don't pick up this first down, because what are they down to? They still have one timeout or no
timeout?
Okay.
Should be one timeout left. 42 seconds left to play in the ball game. And again, credit the defense as they are playing well.
And what did we say before this one started? These two teams, when they get together, most of the time you're going to have a close game.
You're going to have a great ball game. And again, they haven't disappointed anybody tonight. And so credit to the WT players that trying to continue on and get a big conference win. Of course, Midwestern trying to stay in front in the conference race. They have the advantage right now, knowing, or maybe they probably don't know, that Angelo State's leading Commerce. And so, you know, they still have a shot at a tie for the conference championship. But again, Buffs trying to make it difficult here on this long 4th down.
Again, watch for Kylan Harrison. He's a receiver. at the top of your screen. Sterling Cole will throw it through the hands of the receiver and intercepted. Tobias with the interception. And the Buffaloes are going to hold on for this one and get a big upset win tonight at home. What a play.
Man, that was a great defensive play as they throw up the field. The ball is tipped, and Tobias playing the safety position, able to come up and make the interception. As we watch right here, again, Cole rolls a little bit to his right, then throws. The ball is tipped right there and then falls into Tobias's hands. And he's able to come up with a big interception. And there's the victory formation with only one timeout left. The Buffs are going to come away.
And look at Hunter Hughes having some fun down there on the side. Telling the crowd, I think he is really giving the assist right now on this one to this Buff crowd. 6,900 plus on hand for this one tonight. And they played a big factor, especially late in the ball game. That interception, by the way, interception number 17 in the career for Tobias Harris. One more, and he will tie Steve Hatterius.
And they don't have to take a snap. The play clock's now running 8 seconds. This one is going to go. A Buff win 15-12 over Midwestern State. The Buffs improve to 6-4 on the season. 5-2 in conference play as they wrap up conference play tonight. Midwestern falls to 5-1 in conference play and 6-3, and we know that's going to shake up the regional rankings a little bit next week as well. Angelo State now sitting in good shape as they come away with, or look like they were coming away with a win tonight over Commerce.
See head coach Bill Maskell and Hunter Hughes shaking hands and discussing what was a classic game here. Never a doubt at halftime, right, Bryce? 12-0.
12-0 at halftime. And so credit the defense as they keep Midwestern scoreless here in the second half. And the offense found what they needed in that third quarter to come away and put 15 points on the scoreboard.
All right, we'll take a timeout. When we come back, we'll start the postgame show. West Texas A&M comes back down by 12 at halftime. They win it 15-12 over Midwestern State. We'll be back with the postgame here on the Lone Star Conference Digital Network after these messages.
For 90 years, the Lone Star Conference has been committed to excellence. What began in 1931 as a 5-team conference has grown to 18 institutions spanning 4 states. And while membership has changed, the pursuit of athletic success and academic excellence has never wavered. 119 national championships, over 2,000 All-Americans, and nearly 300 academic All-Americans. Celebrating 90 years of success, this is the Lone Star Conference.
We are Carpet Tech, and we are family. More than carpet cleaners, we're a team. Diving right in, not afraid to invest in our work and each other. We're killing it day in and day out, never shrinking from a challenge. Our people are 1 part passion, 1 part grit, and about a zillion parts awesome. And we are always looking to add to our family. So what are you waiting for?
J. Ferg Roofing has been protecting our community for 15 years. With more than 30,000 homes and businesses protected by our roofing work, we're proud of our ability to provide efficient, lasting solutions for your roofing needs. What makes us stand out from the competition is that we work for you, a dedicated team member to guide you every step of the way. That is the J. Ferg advantage. Quality, experience, fast pass scheduling, customer rewards. We have it all. Call J. Ferg Roofing today for a free inspection. We are J. Ferg Roofing. We are more.
Bud Light, proudly brewed
in the heart of Texas. A smile is understood in any language. It represents joy, love, and shows you care. At Full Smile Dental, our mission is to build lifelong relationships one smile at a time by providing accessible, compassionate, quality care with the personal touch of friendship. Come see us at Full Smile Dental, located in Canyon, Amarillo, Dumas, and Dalhart, and ask us about our free Whitening for Life program.
Ladies and gentlemen, make sure to check all of the Buck Media posts. Keep up with the Street Toyota.
Days are built on mornings, and Whataburger is built on burgers. Mornings, burgers. Morning burgers? Yeah, all right. Good thing there's a burger made just for breakfast, topped with breakfast. The limited time breakfast burger is back at Whataburger.
The best tailgates start with the best beef, and the best beef starts with Market Street. Market Street, where we do beef the best.
Choosing the right countertops for your kitchen can be tricky. Nowadays, there are hundreds of colors, patterns, and textures and materials that range from natural to engineered stone. Marble Depot is here for you throughout every step of the process. And yes, we do have a lot of options that might make that decision a little harder, but we're also going to ask the right questions so that you get the most out of your investment. So come by our showroom and let us help create what you've been dreaming of.
Welcome to Shimon Dental Group, where every day we're excited to see our patients and treat them like family. We are dedicated to providing you with the highest quality care in a friendly and comfortable environment. Shimon Dental Group's patient-focused philosophy puts your needs front and center.
We are constantly investing in leading-edge technology. Innovations that speed the treatment process and improve aesthetics. We're expanding the breadth of our cosmetic and restorative services through training to provide the best possible outcomes.
Just with the level of commitment that they show to taking care of my family and I, it's absolutely unmatched in this town, so I've been very happy with them.
Brightening smiles for more than 3 decades.
Contact Shimon Dental Group for your appointment today.
When joints begin to fail, it's more than an inconvenience. The relentless grinding pain slows you down and can even stop you from doing the things you enjoy in life. At Physicians Surgical Hospitals, our skilled orthopedic experts are using advanced robotic surgeries to get you back to being you sooner with a less painful recovery. We're doing more than restoring joints. We're restoring lives.
Jenkins Doors and Windows began serving the Texas Panhandle in 1927, and we take pride in being a part of your neighborhood. We don't use false promises or gimmicks. We simply offer quality doors and windows at a fair price, and we stand behind every sale. Jenkins is family owned and operated, and proudly continues the traditions of quality and excellence that started over 80 years ago. Call us at 372-4336 or stop by our showroom at 820 West 6th and let our knowledgeable staff help you pick out the perfect doors and windows for your home.
Welcome to Midwestern Pharmacy, Canyon's hometown pharmacy for over 32 years. We greet you by name, and our pharmacists take the time to counsel you and answer all your questions. Our Health Mart Pharmacy specializes in serving our community with fast, friendly, professional service and the highest quality medicines and health products. We accept most insurance plans, including Medicaid and Medicare, and we offer free in-town delivery to your home or business. Come visit us for all your healthcare needs.
For 90 years, the Lone Star Conference has been committed to excellence. What began in 1931 as a 5-team conference has grown to 18 institutions spanning 4 states. And while membership has changed, the pursuit of athletic success and academic excellence has never wavered. 119 national championships, over 2,000 All-Americans, and nearly 300 academic All-Americans. Celebrating 90 years of success, this is the Lone Star Conference.
We are Carpet Tech, and we are family. More than carpet cleaners, we're a team. Diving right in, not afraid to invest in our work and each other. We're killing it day in and day out, never shrinking from a challenge. Our people are 1 part passion, 1 part grit, and about a zillion parts awesome. And we are always looking to add to our family. So what are you waiting for?
Well, welcome back to Buffalo Stadium. A big win tonight for the Buffs over the 287 rivalry gang of Midwestern State. And again, they come away with a 15-12 win. And boy, what an exciting second half in this one today.
It was, the fans, you could tell. We actually got a video that Kent Johnson sent us up on that last play that Tobias Harris makes the interception, seals the victory. A couple players tip the ball around and into the hands of number 3.
Yes.
But, fitting for Tobias Harris.
Yes.
But what I noticed on that video is the crowd. The video, it's so loud. The
Yes.
fans are screaming and going crazy. That's the way it was, Bryce, that last 5-6 minutes of the game.
And what was fun at the end of the ball game, after everybody is congratulating everybody, Hunter Hughes stays over on the far sideline and ends up high-fiving all the students in the student section, then climbs on top of the barrier to go up and high-five some students that are up there. Yeah, definitely a head coach who was into this win today.
And so we go back and you look at halftime, and with West Texas A&M, we were trailing 12-0. They really got that offense going in the second half, in particular on the ground.
Yeah, and really it was Jared Compton. He had 30 carries in the ball game, 160 net yards in this one, averaging 5.3 yards per carry. No touchdowns for him. Isaiah Smallwood had the 1 touchdown. Nick Gerber had the other for the Buffaloes in this one tonight. But, again, it was the running game that late in the game kept the clock moving and put a little more pressure on Midwestern State.
We got some highlights we want to look at?
I think we do. We've got some highlights we can take a look at as we look at how they're going here. Here's the Buffs on a punt. This is in the second half, and that we thought at first was going to be a penalty because the flag came out, but it wasn't the Buffs running into the receiver. It actually was his own player running into him. And then here's a big run right here by Isaiah Smallwood here in the second half as he gets in from 23 yards out. The extra point makes it 12-7 Buffs trail at that point. Gerber has it, but then he's forced back on a nice sack by Midwestern State. And then Midwestern carrying the football, a nice jaunt getting up across to the 20-yard line as it looked like Midwestern was on another run once again. But right here, watch this. Quarterback takes it in. This is after Ayrton Payne got hurt, and the Buffs let quarterback Cole take it in. It looked like he was going in, and he fumbled at the goal line, and the Buffs are able to go on a 98-yard drive. And one of the big runs right here is the guy we were talking about. That is Jared Compton, who has a big gainer there. And then Nick Gerber on the quarterback option takes it himself, pinballs his way into the end zone for the score, and the Buffs go for 2 right here. A crossing route by the receivers, and Kaufman pulls that in. They take the lead at that point, 15-12. A little bit later on in the second half, Gerber is going to be tripped up trying to escape. Great pressure applied by Abdul Kareem. And then here's Gerber again as he fakes the handoff and keeps it himself, picks up a first down to keep the drive alive. But it looked like the Buffs were going to score, and a goal line interception comes out for Midwestern, so they have life with 2 minutes left to play. They're driving up the field, some pass completions. That one is caught for a first down to keep the drive alive for Midwestern State. Here's another one where, again, quarterback Cole steps up, looks, finds a target over the middle who goes up and pulls in another first down reception. This time Cole stumbles on third down, and he's going to be thrown for a 3-yard loss or 4-yard loss, makes it 4th and 14. And then here on the throw, and you can see tipped right there, Cole Oster is in defense, and the ball is tipped up in the air. And coming away with the football for WT is Tobias Harris, and Tobias comes away with it on the interception. Nice job by the guys pulling up the highlights for us on this one today. Yep. All the Buffs highlights really in that second half. They scored nothing in the first half. They trailed 12-0 at the half. And then their offense comes alive in that third quarter, but their defense was consistent throughout tonight. And I think that's a big thing when you look. J.T. Cavender, 20 tackles.
Say that again, Bryce.
J.T. Cavender, 20 tackles in this one tonight. 15 of those unassisted, by the way.
Also had the forced fumble and a fumble recovery when Midwestern State was on the 1-yard line.
Exactly. And then Christopher Thomas, the linebacker, another linebacker. All linebackers up in tackling tonight. 11 for Chris Thomas and 8 for Eric Collins, who, as you said, moves into third place on the all-time tackles list for WT. Just a big, big win tonight. 15-12. Again, WT improves to 6-4 on the season, but more importantly, 5-2 in conference play.
And you look at that in conference play, and you have wins over Midwestern State.
Yes.
You have win over Angelo State, and those are the top two teams.
Going
two of the top teams in the conference, two teams that at this point look like they do have a chance to make the playoffs. And so a lot of good things for West Texas A&M to take out of this.
And so this loss does affect Midwestern as far as those rankings are concerned. And so right now, coming into this one today, they were 4th. Angelo State was 5th. The last we heard, Angelo was ahead.
They were ahead 30-0.
30-0 they were ahead. And so, we anticipate Angelo will move up, and Commerce will, or I should say Midwestern will at least fall. But they may fall 2 or 3 places. And they may be down to that 7th spot in the regional rankings.
What a game tonight it was. West Texas A&M wins 15-12, defeating Midwestern State. We'll step aside for some more commercials, and when we come back, we'll continue the post game. We'll get head coach Hunter Hughes. I think he's going to be pretty excited, pretty pumped up here for the post game interview. We'll be back with more after this on the LSC Digital Network.
Days are built on mornings, and Whataburger is built on burgers. Mornings, burgers. Morning burgers? Yeah, all right. Good thing there's a burger made just for breakfast, topped with breakfast. The limited time breakfast burger is back at Whataburger.
The best tailgates start with the best beef, and the best beef starts with Market Street. Market Street, where we do beef the best.
Choosing the right countertops for your kitchen can be tricky. Nowadays, there are hundreds of colors, patterns, and textures and materials that range from natural to engineered stone. Marble Depot is here for you throughout every step of the process. And yes, we do have a lot of options that might make that decision a little harder, but we're also going to ask the right questions so that you get the most out of your investment. So come by our showroom and let us help create what you've been dreaming of.
Welcome to Shimon Dental Group, where every day we're excited to see our patients and treat them like family. We are dedicated to providing you with the highest quality care in a friendly and comfortable environment. Shimon Dental Group's patient-focused philosophy puts your needs front and center.
We are constantly investing in leading-edge technology. Innovations that speed the treatment process and improve aesthetics. We're expanding the breadth of our cosmetic and restorative services through training to provide the best possible outcomes.
Just with the level of commitment that they show to taking care of my family and I, it's absolutely unmatched in this town, so I've been very happy with them.
Brightening smiles for more than 3 decades.
Contact Shimon Dental Group for your appointment today.
When joints begin to fail, it's more than an inconvenience. The relentless grinding pain slows you down and can even stop you from doing the things you enjoy in life. At Physicians Surgical Hospitals, our skilled orthopedic experts are using advanced robotic surgeries to get you back to being you sooner with a less painful recovery. We're doing more than restoring joints. We're restoring lives.
Jenkins Doors and Windows began serving the Texas Panhandle in 1927, and we take pride in being a part of your neighborhood. We don't use false promises or gimmicks. We simply offer quality doors and windows at a fair price, and we stand behind every sale. Jenkins is family owned and operated, and proudly continues the traditions of quality and excellence that started over 80 years ago. Call us at 372-4336 or stop by our showroom at 820 West 6th and let our knowledgeable staff help you pick out the perfect doors and windows for your home.
Welcome to Midwestern Pharmacy, Canyon's hometown pharmacy for over 32 years. We greet you by name, and our pharmacists take the time to counsel you and answer all your questions. Our Health Mart Pharmacy specializes in serving our community with fast, friendly, professional service and the highest quality medicines and health products. We accept most insurance plans, including Medicaid and Medicare, and we offer free in-town delivery to your home or business. Come visit us for all your healthcare needs.
For 90 years, the Lone Star Conference has been committed to excellence. What began in 1931 as a 5-team conference has grown to 18 institutions spanning 4 states. And while membership has changed, the pursuit of athletic success and academic excellence has never wavered. 119 national championships, over 2,000 All-Americans, and nearly 300 academic All-Americans. Celebrating 90 years of success, this is the Lone Star Conference.
We are Carpet Tech, and we are family. More than carpet cleaners, we're a team. Diving right in, not afraid to invest in our work and each other. We're killing it day in and day out, never shrinking from a challenge. Our people are 1 part passion, 1 part grit, and about a zillion parts awesome. And we are always looking to add to our family. So what are you waiting for?
J. Ferg Roofing has been protecting our community for 15 years. With more than 30,000 homes and businesses protected by our roofing work, we're proud of our ability to provide efficient, lasting solutions for your roofing needs. What makes us stand out from the competition is that we work for you, dedicated team members who guide you every step of the way. That is the J. Ferg advantage. Quality, experience, fast pass scheduling, customer rewards. We have it all. Call J. Ferg Roofing today for a free inspection. We are J. Ferg Roofing. We are more.
Bud Light, proudly brewed.
In the heart of Texas.
A smile is understood in any language. It represents joy, love, and shows you care. At Full Smile Dental, our mission is to build lifelong relationships one smile at a time by providing accessible, compassionate, quality care with the personal touch of friendship. Come see us at Full Smile Dental, located in Canyon, Amarillo, Dumas, and Dalhart, and ask us about our free Whitening for Life program.
Well, welcome back to Buffalo Stadium. A big win tonight for the Buffaloes, 15-12 over Midwestern State. A very happy Hunter Hughes joins us here on the post-game show. I can tell you he's happy because I saw him jump in the stands across the way, going over and climbed up on the stands, high-fiving everybody.
I didn't have as much trouble as I did the first time. I had a crate over there.
You wearing your knee brace, by the way?
No, I'm toughening it up now. I spent about 3 days in traction after that. The first time, so
okay.
I learned how to do a little better. So,
well, big win tonight, obviously. 5-2 in conference play. They received their first conference loss of the season. And the thing is, we talked earlier this week about how well the defense had been playing, and it just seems like they're getting better and better and better in each week. And again, same thing today, basically. They allowed 12 points, so to speak, in the first half, and then they just shut them down the second half.
In the first half, our punt game was terrible.
Right.
I mean, we had some down inside the 5 all night, but, bottom line is we had a 3-yard punt. Gave them the ball at the 40-yard line. They ran a flea flicker. Got down there, and it kind of stunned us, and got 7. Next time we go 3 plays and get 1 blocked, and I'm glad it got kicked out of the end zone for a safety. I think we've given up the most safeties in NCAA history in a season. It's probably 4 games in a row we've given up a safety, but and they come down again, and we hold them to a field goal, and it's 12-0 at half, and our offense really hadn't done anything. We ran the ball well, but we couldn't throw the ball, and when they bottled up Jared, we couldn't throw the ball. So kind of gave a little challenge to the offensive coaches before I went into the locker room, and then challenged the offensive line really and said, we hadn't blocked anybody, and we talked all week about pride. How much pride do you have? And, there's still a chance for us to get a tie for the conference title, and but we had to win this game in order for that to happen, and we have to have some help. And but what do we control? Control what you control, and that's winning this game. So I challenged them again. I said, "Where's the pride in the offensive line?" And they came out and they did it. And of course, we got the spark we needed with the turnover on the punt return, which was huge. And I thought it was the right call. I thought the guy got blocked into him.
Yes.
We took it in and scored. Got us a little momentum. Our defense, I think, went 3 and out the next 5 or 6 drives, and just kept giving our offense a chance, and our offense kept pecking and finally broke through. And, the 2-point conversion turned out to be huge because toward the end when they're driving down, a field goal would have won it. Still wished we could have finished it there. And, the turnover hurt, but, they were coming up. And I heard the call, and I was like, man, this could be good.
Yeah.
And didn't turn out that way. Our defense got back out there, and we gave up a lot of yards on that last drive, but, again, it's not fantasy football where you get a point for every 10 yards. And, you got to cross the goal line, and we've done a very good job of keeping people crossing the goal line.
I don't want to you have a chance to talk about Jared Compton, 30 carries, 160 yards. He was your feature back tonight. Obviously, the injury to Khalil Harris, and this guy has stepped up the last 2 weeks.
Did his dad ever have 30 carries? That's what I want to know, for 160 yards.
Probably, I don't know.
I'm going to tell you, Jared was a captain tonight. And the reason I made him captain because he got a sweet haircut, and hopefully he'll take that bandana off.
Is he going to your barber now?
I hadn't been to a bar. I go to a barber twice a year now, so right before recruiting, right before the season starts. But I told him on the way up here, I said, I'm glad he's getting an opportunity to show what he can do, especially the last 2 weeks. And, when you have guys come in, the guys kind of get lost in the shuffle. We moved him to from running back to receiver to try to get him in the game, and I think he's proven himself that he can carry the load for us as a running back. And I think it goes back to his freshman year when he was out here. And very proud of him for he never complains, never says anything, never complains about playing time, nothing, but he goes out and does his job every day. And, that's we have a saying, the pride and tradition of Buffalo football is not entrusted to the timid or weak. And he's neither timid nor weak. And the way he runs the ball, the way he carries himself, the way he represents his football team, and I love the man to death, and look forward to the next couple of years.
Yeah.
Well, again, just an overall great win tonight. Obviously, it shakes some things up as far as the conference is concerned. Last we heard, Angelo was ahead of Commerce, shutting them out 30-0.
Yeah.
And so, again, it makes things quite interesting. But like you said, coming into this one, you could only control what you could do. And tonight you came away with a big win.
Yeah, I mean, again, Midwestern State, well coached.
Yes.
I mean, extremely well coached. They play a very tough football. It's always going to be, I believe, a very tough football game. Got great respect for Coach Maskell, his staff, his players, how they play the game. There's other teams in this conference that don't play that way.
Right.
So I love playing a team like Midwestern State just because it's, it's going to be knock down, drag out, come to last minute type of deal. And this is a very good win for our program.
Yeah. It was fun for the fans, fun for the broadcasters, a lot of fun for the fans as well. Buffs get the win tonight, 15-12. We'll take a quick timeout, come back with Jared Compton. You don't want to miss this one. Back with more of the postgame after this on the Lone Star Conference Digital Network.
It's got the looks.
Pull it off, bud.
Nice. Style, performance. Your new car is everything you always dreamed of.
When you choose natural gas, chocolate chip cookies get a little tastier. Homes get a little cozier. Bank accounts tend to put on some weight. Towels get fluffier. Showers stay hotter for longer. And our blue planet gets a little greener. When it comes to choosing energy that's clean and efficient, nothing else could be more American. Atmos Energy, your natural gas company.
Well, again, welcome back to Buffalo Stadium. The Buffs take a big win tonight over Midwestern State, 15-12. Great second half for the Buffaloes tonight, and a great running game led in part by this young man right here, Jared Compton. And again, I'm an old guy, so I remember when Jared's dad played, J.R. Compton, and again, great running back too for the Buffaloes back in the day in the 86, 87 years and so on. And so again, great to see his son come through the program. And just talk a little bit about what they were giving you tonight. Again, you finished with 160 net yards and 30 carries, and so a couple of times I know you had to come out just to get a breather. Mm-hmm. But other than that, just a great ball game. What were they giving you tonight that you saw?
It was really dependent on my offensive line and the tight ends, and they made it pretty up front, and so it'd be honestly a disservice if I didn't capitalize on it.
Yeah, and again, there was some. I know you're not favoring one side or the other, but it looked like the left side of the line a little bit. Parker Hanna and those guys were opening up some areas for you to kind of squeeze through. We saw a couple of runs too. That again, there was a hole for a second, and as it closed, I don't know how you got through, but you got through and were able to keep going and pick up some big yardage. And again, just a nice overall performance.
Jared, wanted to ask you guys at halftime, 12-0, and we actually heard from head coach Hunter Hughes. He wasn't very happy, but he said he challenged the offense, he challenged the coaching staff, and said we have got to be better in the second half. What did you, as the players, what did you do? What did you say out there that made a difference? Because what we saw in the second half was a lot different.
It really started. We get the majority of the halftime as players, and we kind of clean things up internally. And so I told them, keep your heads up. We're only down 2 scores, and it's anybody's ball game. And the big thing for us is that we could move the ball. We just couldn't capitalize on scores. And my personal goal was to open up the passing game for them, and I could take an extra person in the box. But I really like to see the receivers succeed.
Mm-hmm. And the passing game was better as well. We started to get some stuff down the field with Gerber. Another question I wanted to ask you is, it seemed like we had that play, obviously, where 2 players came together, one of the receivers and then Ayrton Payne trying to make a play defense, and they were shaken up. Ayrton Payne was shaken up, and we have heard we think he's going to be okay. But when something like that happens, first of all, it was great sportsmanship from Midwestern State and from the WT players to all come out there and really just say good luck and say your thoughts and prayers for Ayrton. I felt like the team got a lift from that and wanted to go out and perform for their teammate. Is that what you felt?
It is. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a Buffalo down. And if that doesn't motivate you, I mean, you might be playing the wrong sport, but the unity in this team, even over the season and since I've been here, has just progressively gotten better, and the camaraderie is always nice to see.
Yeah. The one thing the coach was talking about is this year they have moved you around a little bit in the slot, trying to get you in as a receiver, trying to get you to do some different things. And so did that upset your chemistry a little bit? I don't mean as a player, but I just mean throw off your timing a little bit. And now in the last 2 weeks that you've been able to go and just run the football, do you feel like you're back in a rhythm a little bit?
I believe it's quite the contrary. I believe that the utility that I got that came with being a receiver kind of translated to running back, and vice versa. I mean, Coach Samay coaches the receivers up well, and he put me in the best position he could, and that translated back to the backfield, and I was seeing stuff that I couldn't see before.
He's like a Swiss Army knife.
Very much so. Five-tool guy.
Alvin Kamara-like, maybe?
They need to change my thing to athlete instead of running back.
There you go.
Very nice.
There you go. Absolutely. Well, again, a great performance last week in the Kingsville ball game. You follow up with a great performance tonight. Congratulations. And, again, I know you probably will sleep fairly well this evening.
I might not wake up.
Great job, Jared.
I appreciate it.
We'll take one final timeout, come back and wrap things up here from Buffalo Stadium right after this timeout as the Buffs get a big win tonight, 15-12 over Midwestern State. We take a quick picture. Hold on. Take a picture with Jared.
WT student athletes drink low-fat chocolate milk post-workout because it helps replenish and restore muscles quickly to their peak potential. Scientific studies suggest that the immediate benefits of low-fat chocolate milk include boosted performance, improved training, and higher recovery rates in athletes. Add low-fat chocolate milk to your post-workout routine.
Go Buffs!
This is what a new heart valve looks like. This is what a bypassed artery looks like. And this is what a repaired aortic aneurysm looks like. The BSA Heart and Vascular Team is here to help you live life to the fullest. From our state-of-the-art cardiac technologies to our dedicated heart specialists, our goal is to help you take the very best care of your heart so you can enjoy everything else that matters to you. BSA for life.
Good job. That was fun.
Yes, sir.
Welcome back to Buffalo Stadium. Lucas Kinsey, Bryce Sheets, and now joining us. Bryce, you get 20 tackles.
You come up.
That's right. You come back and you get on the broadcast. JT Cavender, as we were talking even before the game, you had a chance to visit with
I met his dad.
With his
we're
dad.
downstairs. We had a great conversation, and so he's very excited. And he picked the right game to get very excited for.
He
it's a
did.
nice
Yes,
ball game. And so I asked before, I said, you had 20 tackles, 15 unassisted. Did you know? And you said,
no clue at all.
What he had.
One thing I know that you did know about was the big stop. Midwestern State knocking on the door at the 1 yard line. Talk about that play, JT. It was really cool.
So I saw the quarterback, he was going right, and I knew the backside was open. And so it's like, I got to sit here. And so he ended up cutting it back, and I ended up stopping his momentum. And I actually think it was CT that punched out the ball because he extended it out, and I think he punched it, and it just ended up in my hands. And so it was a huge play. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
It was so much fun.
Well, yeah, definitely. It was a momentum shift there a little bit as well. And, again, Buffs played so much better in the second half. But let's talk real quick. And we talked to Hunter Hughes in the coaches show this week about how well the defense has played the last several weeks. And today was just another example of how well you guys are playing this year.
Yes, sir.
How come?
I think that goes back to our practice.
Yeah.
And we've changed practice since UTPB when we missed so many tackles. And then we just continued to work at it in practice, and we did some different drills, and we're actually playing as a unit now too, and so we have 4 guys flying at the ball. So if one misses one, you don't really see it because you have other guys flying at the ball. So that's what.
Next question for you. I want to talk about, we mentioned this during the broadcast. I've termed WT as linebacker U.
Yes.
I just, for the time that I've been doing the broadcast for West Texas A&M, we go down the line, Trevor Michael Buss, Carter James, Frank Honang was a talented linebacker. Then you get into Hayden Dennis.
Yes, sir.
And now even on this current roster, Eric Collins tonight, he moves into 3rd place all time on the career tackles list, over 300 tackles for him. Chris Thomas is another great linebacker, and then here comes J.T. Cavender. What is it about West Texas A&M that allows the linebackers to make a lot of plays and kind of make a name for yourself?
I think it goes back to everybody doing their job on their defense. And Coach Hughes is lined up our defense perfectly to where we can make all the tackles if everybody does their jobs.
Sure.
And so everybody does their jobs, they're forcing the tackles back into us. And so that's what allows us to get tackles. And then he emphasizes flying around to the ball.
Sure.
And so when we fly around to the ball, you're in on almost every tackle.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, sir.
In the fourth quarter, JT, there was that kind of that last 6 minutes where each offense was struggling to do anything, and we were playing the three plays punt, and the defense time and time again was asked to stop a potent Midwestern State offense. Yes. Talk about that fourth quarter, what the defense had to do, but also talk about how that crowd helped out as well.
Oh, my gosh. First, I'll talk about the crowd. The crowd was amazing. Oh, my gosh.
What does that do for a player?
Oh, it pumps us up to the highest capacity. It is awesome. And especially when we get the light show, too, and the AC/DC playing. Oh, my gosh. I started getting the chills. I love it.
Yeah.
But it definitely – so our offense came out and made some adjustments, and we started picking it up. And when they do that, we have to hold our ground. And so we knew once we had 15 points, we knew if they didn't score again, we were going to win.
Sure.
And so our defense, we just came together and we said we can't let them score. If we can win the game for us if we don't let them score.
Okay, so final drive, WT is going down, and they have a nice drive. You get Nick Gerber, who goes on a big run, picks up a first down. You get another first down, then they get inside the 10. And so you're thinking, okay, well, field goal – makes them score a touchdown and an extra point to win it. And so if we get the field goal, we try the pass that's intercepted. Mm-hmm. Before you guys go out there, what did you say before? Because you knew they were going to drive a little bit down the field. What was the mindset for the defense?
Well, we said we can bend, but we can't break.
Right.
And so once they got a few plays, we're just like, just don't break. Just keep going and keep playing. And we were going to have to pick up our offense. You know, we made a mistake, and so we pick them up. We play as a unit, and that's what happened.
Final question for you tonight, and I know when you have a win, it's always fun, but you kind of emphasized that when you came in here tonight, that this was such a fun game against a very quality opponent.
Yes, sir. It was the atmosphere, again, is just great. And then when we're playing a good opponent like Midwestern and we come out and play like we do, it makes it so much fun. It is, and then we play as a unit, and everybody is enjoying each other, and we're making it fun on the field. It was so much fun. It was great.
Another question real quick. You got a game next week, and I know you're not even looking past this one right now, but that's going to be an early morning, or I should say late morning game. Do you change your mindset any for that, getting ready in the morning?
I think for me, I got to wake up earlier.
Get to bed early Friday, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That was a lot of fun, JT. Great job tonight. Again, 20 tackles, 15 of those unassisted. He also had the big fumble recovery as well for the Buffs on the 1 yard line. That's going to do it for tonight. A lot of fun. WT wins this one 15-12. We want to thank our outstanding production team today. They were great. Our director, Jacob Griffin, outstanding tonight. Replay operator Zach Kamenkow on the camera tonight. Peyton Stokes, Emma McReynolds, Jacob Johnson, and also Nicole Williams. The broadcast was brought to you tonight by Texas Farm Bureau. Our final score again, WT wins. They defeat Midwestern State 15-12. Thanks to everyone for watching.